All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely Monday evening. Hope you're having a wonderful day. It's the beginning of Thank you very much for joining us today. And thanks for the 7K likes here on TikTok. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Please don't stop our tapping on TikTok. Please like, share, and Ibo Jonadu, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. TEA, thank you, sir. Please click on the heart icon up here. Everyone, I'll say this again later, but please, if you're here, please click on the heart icon here. Join the team. Drop your heart me. Let's push the live together. Thank you, Dot, for liking as well. Thank you, everyone who helps to keep this going. Thank you. All right. So, we're good. And then we can get started. Thank you for joining us on YouTube and on Facebook as well. Please like and share. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. All right. We're almost there. Again, please, if you're joining us on TikTok, please like and share the live. And also click on the heart icon here to join the team. And please drop a heart to me and drop a gift. And folks, please let's subscribe as well on TikTok and also on YouTube, so we can keep this live going. Thank you very much. So you're going to have the news, and then today we'll be discussing Aburi. Apparently it's a topic that requires discussing. We've talked about it before, but some things came up with some of the videos that I put out. You know how you be talking A, some people be talking J. Like, it has nothing to do with what you're discussing, but then for some reason is the next tree to hop on. So they get and say, oh, but see what happened here and see what happened there. And I think we should actually discuss these things. And to be honest, right, especially, regardless of where you're from, to be honest, right, these conversations should actually help us find closure as a nation. Okay? Where you know exactly what happened, and then you can, act accordingly, essentially. Folks who need to find healing can find healing. Those who don't want to be healed, that's okay for them. But for the rest of us, we know what happened, and we're able to engage each other constructively, right, and based on facts, and also to, I don't like apportioning blames, but it's important to actually blame those who should be blamed, and I'll tell you why. Because for the most part, in the last 56 to 60 years, we've been blaming certain people, and they are not the ones, to blame, to be honest, right? So hopefully with these conversations, we'll be able to understand what really happened. And there's, like I said, we've talked about this before, but there are some materials I did not share the last time, not because I didn't want to share, but because there's only so much you can share in each session. So I will be sharing some of those things today to help us appreciate what our elders did. And like I always say about, politicians and heads of states in Nigeria in the past, none of them is perfect or was perfect. For those who are dead, none of them is perfect, right? Many of them are still alive. But we can appreciate some things that were done, particularly as regards the aftermath of the counter coup of 1966 July. And I've always said it, I think, in my opinion, and again, it's arguable, so you can decide to say no. I think one of the kindest heads of state in Nigeria is gone. That's what I believe. Not even believe, that's what I know to be true, to be honest. I think he's one of the kindest. Well, I'm not saying he's the kindest, that would have been arguable. But being one of the kindest is not even up for negotiation. He's one of the kindest people to ever, occupy that seat. And some of the things that he did at the time, we'll talk about them today. But before we do all of that, let's start with the news. So if you're joining us again on YouTube, thank you for being here. On Facebook as well, you're welcome. Welcome if you're joining us on X. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, please like and share the live. Folks on YouTube, please subscribe. And those on Twitter, please like and repost. Okay, so we're going to do the news like we usually do. We're going to have the news and then we'll go to class very soon. Class today we're discussing Aburi, revisiting Aburi. So it's titled Aburi Revisited. And I promise you, like we always do, truth. You may not have heard it before, but stay with me. We're going to discuss that later today. Let's start with news. Something good happened. Let me say something before I say the good news. Well, it's something you already know anyway. The idea that history is now back in school, so you already know that. But let me quickly say something, that this idea of nail fund has been generating a lot of reactions in the last few days. Certain people went out to say that nail fund is asking people to repay the money that they had taken as loan, okay, from the federal government. So someone said nail fund was hyped as the best thing since jollof rice, yet they are demanding repayments before students even leave university. This is a government that spends more on propaganda than actually doing the job. It looks like there are people in Nigeria whose stock in trade is just spreading propaganda. And just to be clear, the federal government did not at any time ask students to repay. What they only gave was the procedure to repay, not a demand. They're not demanding repayment. They're only telling students the procedure. For instance, some of them are going to be graduating. Some of them are leaving school, right? So you're telling them that, okay, this is how to pay back, not you must pay now. Nobody is asking the students to pay the money or to repay the loan, and it's quite sad that you have all these things going on, as far as nail fund is concerned. So there was a circular to the university community, University of Benin, that talked about how they should pay, go to remitter, and so on and so forth. So just to be clear, the federal government even came out to debunk this whole nonsense about, the fact that government wanted to collect money or ask the students for repayment. That's not true at all. So that's about University of Benin. But then there's something interesting also happening in Obafemi University. Well, it was last month, but I think the news just came out of the university actually acknowledging student loan disbursed to Obafemi University for the last session. It was 439,929,000 naira, and that will be for 4,765 students of the Obafemi University, Ile-Ife. Let me also say this, when this whole stuff started, people went to town, criticizing it and, demeaning the government, just saying all kind of nonsense about it. And what happened was that a lot of them did not apply for the loans, right? And that's why, if you notice, majority of the beneficiaries of nail fund are actually northerners, right? Of course, you have Southwestern as well, so they're benefiting, but people who are not benefiting so much have been the Southeasterners, and the reason is not because of nepotism or marginalization, whatever they call it. It's because a group of people chose to become opposition instead of acting like citizens. You're a citizen of Nigeria, you have a right to everything that Nigeria offers. You should not be acting like you are ADC or LP. Just take advantage of stuff, right? But instead of people taking advantage of things, what they're doing is rather to talk about why it's not working, and hopefully young people who need those loans will not be scared away from taking the loans. All right, so that's that about NEL Fund. But still on education, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, was on Arise News, and he had this to say about this whole idea of history and the fact that it was taken out of, a secondary school or curriculum for a while, and what is happening now. Please take a listen to the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa.
Said three big things: graduation ceremony, then history,
textbooks, and then history. Why do in the first place? Let me just
and I'll quickly answer that. History wasn't banned by this government. It was banned about 12, 13 years ago. And you look at it now, our kids are so delinked within the history of the country. I don't know who in their mind banned history. And that's why this president mandated us to do a pure curriculum review. Nigerian history is back as part of our curriculum. We instituted it, we started it. So Nigerian history is back. We did not ban it, but we felt it was wrong, and we could move swiftly to bring Nigerian history back. And now let me talk about the nursery school graduation. It might be fun for you, but sheer extortion of parents, it's not acceptable. Why would you do graduation for a nursery 1, nursery 2 children? It's just sheer extortion. We want to encourage these kids, but let's give them proper milestones. When you finish primary school, do your graduation. When you finish GSS graduation, SS graduate, SSS, GSS, BSS, junior secondary school, you can do your graduation, and senior secondary school. We give them something that is linked to milestone. Something that is more cogent, more tangible, not that the way everything is being turned into extorting the parents. And part of the extortion of the parents that we've stopped is that, but I don't know if this even happened. When you were growing up, when I was growing up, I used my sister's textbook. Our parents would tell us, please keep that book very well. Your younger brother, younger sister will use it. So it's a way to save costs. Now, they manipulated the entire process. Another way to extort students, you put workbook as part of textbook. So the student will now write on those books and become useless. And next year, you tell the parents to buy another book. And also what publishers were doing was that they will not even change, there won't be any major content change. It might just be pagination or margination or just print of the cover. They say, come and buy a new textbook. We will not allow Nigerian parents to be extorted. That's bad, and that's why we moved to stop that. And now we said workbook must be completely separated from the core textbook itself. And we've also directed any RDC that if any publisher, if they want to do, except there's a global change in one form of education, textbooks must be kept. There should not be any upgrade in 3 years. Okay. And if there's going to be any upgrade, it has to be material change to the content of those textbooks. So we have to protect our students, and we have to protect our children.
All right, that was the Minister of Education. All right, that was the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, and I think everything he talked about, I agree 100%. So that's good to know. A while back, the World Economic Forum held its annual event at Davos, and the Vice President was there. I'd like to take a listen to what Dr. Kashim Shettima had to say at that event. Please take a listen to this. Please also power tapping on TikTok, please. Let's power tap, let's like and share. Please click on the out icon here if you're on TikTok and join the team. Drop a gift, drop a heart me. Let's push the live together. If you're on YouTube and Facebook, please like and share. Thank you very much. And on Twitter as well. All right, here's the Vice President at Davos. Take a listen, please.
We have not been poor. Honestly, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Because in certain parts of Nigeria, our land is so rich that if you can plant money, it can grow. So it's all about us embracing modernity.
I want to be a farmer.
I'm moving to Nigeria. I'm coming.
So all we need is to embrace modernity, improved agricultural practices, fertilization. And before you know it, right now the yield on some of our crops, like rice, 2-3 tons per hectare. In some climes, they produce 10 tons per hectare. Same thing with potatoes. Most of our output is low compared to global standards. So be rest assured that the trajectory, as I've always said, of global growth is based in Africa. And Nigeria will certainly make or mar that destination. 1 out of every 4 Africans is a Nigerian. And by 2050, we'll be the 3rd most populous nation on earth. You walked in the White House. By 2050, we'll be more populous than the United States.
All right, that was Vice President Kashim Shettima, and interesting observation, as a matter of fact, when it comes to how fertile our land is. And yeah, that might be, of course, an exaggeration, like saying that if you plant money is going to grow, but it's just to tell you that we have a lot of stuff going for us, and we should take advantage of those things. And speaking about the Vice President, there was an interview that was granted by excuse me, I think she's a DJ actually, Hanatu, Honorable Hanatu Musawa. So herself and Sheon Okinbaloye had a conversation about the possibility of changing the vice president in the next election. And sorry, someone said in the comment section that's projecting a good image of Nigeria. Absolutely, absolutely. Unlike those who go there to talk about China went to China and how nothing is working in Nigeria, this is a better way to actually talk about your country. But hopefully we'll all learn, hopefully not the hard way. Anyway, still speaking on the vice presidency, so Honorable Hanatu Musawa had a conversation with Sheon Okinbaloye on Mike On podcast, and they talked about the possibility of changing the vice president in the next election, and she said something that's very, very, very important, and it speaks to what I've spoken about here before, about the stratification of the northern region, or the ethnicities in the north, or the idea of feudalism, or how the north itself is structured, particularly the core north. And it's quite nice to hear this from an insider, someone who's actually a northerner. All right, so without much ado, please take a listen to Honorable Hanatu Musawa.
There's a lot of debate. Yeah, there's a lot of debate and quite a few rumors going around. And when elections are approaching, this is what you see, and it's growing by the day. Okay. But the possibility of your party considering to jettison the Muslim ticket, and the possibility of thinking running mate to President Bola Tinubu in 2027. That means rather that there is a possibility, if the rumors were true, that Vice President Kashim Shettima might be dropped ahead of 2027. What do you think that they are, or how do you think the North will respond to that, Tinubu on the ballot?
So when you say the North, let me take the core North, the Muslim North, right? Let me take like Katsina, Kano, Kaduna, Kebbi, Jigawa, Zamfara, that Kebbi, Sokoto, that access. If that was to happen, I think people that say that may not understand the formula or the way politics is. You know, when you talk about politics, the sophistication of politics, the North and the North alone holds more of a key when it comes to the sophistication in politics. Of course, when you talk about education, we're looking at the South West Coast, right? And you're talking about trade and maybe Southeastern. But the North, that core North, when it comes to politics, honestly, their level of sophistication. Now, Sheun, when you see every Megad, let's say the Malams, right? The one thing that you're going to see in his hand is a radio. Since I was small, I talked to you about me being a Fulani herdswoman. I come from a very rural area in Katsina State. All my family, all the people that I know that have never even been to school have a radio. They've never been to school, but they will tell you about the Russian Revolution. That BBC Hausa did what it was supposed to do. It will. My dad worked in BBC Hausa, so I really understood it from that level. When it comes to politics, that northern area really thrives on politics. That's the one thing that they feel they have a lot of control and power. So when you don't understand politics in the way they do, then you come at your own peril. So when you start making suppositions from the center, saying, let's change it from here and there, not understanding that these people, but then politics is a way of life. They wait every 4 years to be able to line up. The man with his 4 wives and their 30 children, everybody's going to line up because that's where they know that they can have an impact in position in Nigeria. If you don't understand that and don't understand that for them is something of, it's almost like an identity.
So you think that if APC toys with the idea of changing Shetima on the ticket, APC, it might be risky?
I think so. I think so. I really do. I think if we toy with changing the construct of what we have now is a problem. If there's no northern, and I'm going to say it as it is, if there's no Hausa Fulani Kanuri Muslim on that ticket, it just creates, it's a hurdle. And that's the reality of the way the people think. And that's what I'm telling you.
Are you concerned though? You see the gravity of and you see the manner in which a lot of the politicians and every tsunami of some sort, politically speaking, the gladiators are on one side, the ruling party is on this side, and their main agenda is get Bola Tinubu, send him back to Lagos. That is their agenda. Are you concerned about
when? I've not seen many gladiators.
Really, David Mark, Aregbesola, Rotimi Amechi, Peter Obi.
That's like 5-6 people. So okay, but if you put it on a chart on APC as well, if those are gladiators, of course they are, and then at the same time there are a lot of gladiators on APC side as well. So I don't think.
So, but I'm asking about how the ADC is growing to becoming a major political force. Does it worry you?
No, it doesn't. In fact, we're happy about this. Because we want a democracy. Nobody is happy about one party state. And more than anyone, the president wants democracy to thrive in Nigeria. So it's great that, ADC is sad to see that, that there's no opposition. So there has to be an opposition for our democracy to thrive. So it's good that there's an opposition.
Someone in the comment section said she shouldn't have answered. I don't know. I like the fact that she did. And I think it speaks to what we've always discussed, at least as far as the North is concerned. I like how when she was asked about the North, she focused on the core North. Why? Because that's actually what the North is. There's no one North. So Middle Belt in the comment section saying there's nothing like 19 states of the North. It's the truth. There's no ideological There's no ideological framework that the entire place works with. Of course, unless of course it benefits their political elite. But generally speaking, it's actually driven primarily by the core north, the entire space. And she mentioned three groups: the Hausa, the Fulani, and the Kanuri. And as I listened to it, naturally, I just thought of history. I just thought about the connections and the fact that that's how the place is structured. And the reality is that if you want to win, you're going to have to consider that. And the problem, I should say, is that whilst you're identifying those ethnicities, you can only identify one religion. Even though you can identify three ethnicities primarily, you can only identify one religion. You see? Middle Belt says, ironically, Middle Belt means non-Hausa, non-Fulani, non-Kanuri. Exactly. Because they're the big guys, right? And so, not only are you talking about the ethnicities, the three main ethnicities, actually two, but let's just say three. It's two when it's convenient, it's three in this conversation. So Hausa, Fulani can be one or two, depending on whether you are affinate or not, right? But let's say three now. However, you can only have one religion. And that's actually where it's a bit dicey for me, personally. I understand the thing about ethnicity because of the numbers. Not to say that it's actually the right thing to do. I'm just talking about the reality. I guess I also understand the reality of religion, which is why I said that when people were against the idea of a Muslim ticket, and they said, oh, it's Islamization, your rival cannot have a Muslim. When you talk like that, understanding the way the North is structured, what you are saying is that you cannot have a Southern Muslim become president. In other words, you can have a Southern Christian because, yes, you're going to have a Northern Muslim, most likely from the core North, right? Northwest, Northeast. Well, so you're going to have a Christian. It's easier to have that. So you can have someone like Namadi Sam. You can have Atiku Abubakar being the vice president to Olusegun Obasanjo. But when you think of Yakubu Dogara being the vice president to a Southerner who is a Muslim, it becomes a bit dicey. Why? Because of the place of religion. And if you don't understand, religion in the North is not just a faith, it's an identity. And it's something that both major religions have now shown that they've made it about identity. Of course, the Christians actually follow the lead of the Muslims. It's a very, very interesting, space. But yeah, that's what we got. Like, if you want to work in the North, you're going to have one of those three guys or three ethnic groups, and most likely, more often than not, the person is going to be Muslim. How the Middle Belt will break that is something that we're going to wait to see. But I don't think, and this is where I'm actually going with this, before we go to the next stuff, I don't think it's on the candidate to determine how things work in terms of how he's going to win his election. In other words, I don't think it makes sense to expect President Tinubu to choose someone that's not from those groups that she mentioned because he wants to prove that he's a one Nigerian or that he understands how things should be done. And I think that's where the naivety I see in political conversations actually lies. When people say things like, why can't he be Muslim Christian? If he does Muslim Christian, he's not going to win. That's the point. His job is not to teach the North how to vote. His job is to win. The people of the North, the leadership of the North and especially the Middle Belt, of the entire country, I should say, may now have to work on our orientation as a nation to the point where religion doesn't become so strong in terms of choosing the candidate from the North. But I don't think it's something that you're going to expect of a politician. Like, you have to prove that you're not. It's the same that happened in '93. MKO had to have a Babagana Kingibe. If you don't have that, you are not winning. Aminu Falk said Tinubu will win because he has made inroads in the past 4 years in the Middle Belt. Yes, he has, but so did Peter Obi. Middle belt is something you add. You have to add middle belt to something, if you get what I mean. Not to say that it cannot stand alone, but what I'm saying is that you have to add it. You have to have it, and then you have others. Then you can, sail or scale through. But if you just drop everything, all I'm saying is that I don't think he has any point to prove. That's all I'm trying to say. And I went by saying that, this. We've had a Christian ticket here before in this country, 1979. I'm a Christian, by the way, but I'm a Christian who believes, number one, that it would be although it would be lovely to have a Christian president. Cyrus was not a Christian, wasn't a Jew. Isaiah 45 mentioned him by name. The idea that, and I'm saying this to Christians, by the way, the idea that you must have a Christian president now to do something grand in the country is childish. Very childish. There are people, Darius, Cyrus, who were these were Persian kings, used by God for Israel, that were not even believers like that. All of that to say that I don't think what you want is necessarily somebody from your faith, but it has to be somebody who actually gives you what you want, which is why I cannot vote for Peter Obi. He's a Christian, but I'll vote for Rufai if I vote for Peter Obi. It's not about faith. How this church take back your country? Just because we go to this, this is the same person who broke Catholic, who used Catholic and Anglican dichotomy in Anambra State. It's the one that's telling you church take back your country. So you get carried away with, it's about religion. Okay. It would be good to have Christian president, by the way. We've had. It's not like we've not had Christian president. Olusegun Obasanjo, his name is literally Matthew. Baba Aremu, Olusegun Okikiola, Matthew Obasanjo was a Christian. Jonathan was a Christian. We've had two since 1999. And I don't think that just because a person is not Christian does not mean that they cannot fulfill the will of God for our lives or for the country. I don't think so. I don't know if I don't get this whole idea of he must be a Christian. That's one. Number two, I would love for him, the president, to have a Christian vice president. But I would love for him to also win. So the question is this: will having a Christian vice presidential candidate give him the votes he requires? I don't think so, considering the fact that we're discussing the North. The way Nigeria is, if we go by the way it is, say we cannot have Muslim together, it means that the only thing you can be getting from the South are Christians. Because it looks like in the North, Muslim are voted for. Is it possible for the arrangement to change? Of course, nothing is impossible, but I don't think it's something to place on the candidate. He has to win. But of course, we expect that he will choose the right person and that they will, further the goals of Nigeria. But like I said earlier, I would rather, Tinubu is my candidate this next election. That one is, if you have listened to me before, it's a fact. By the way, somebody on Twitter over the weekend, Jesus Christ, people on Twitter are just something else. Someone on Twitter and said, if you ask me why am I voting for Tinubu, I'm not going to explain anything to you. I said that because it's Yoruba. Because something happened over the weekend. Remember, I'm going to talk about it, but essentially, you have a lot of people who are trying to create this image of it or be. People in obedient movement, do they think you are repeating the strategy that you already used, that has actually lost its steam? You want to repeat it, saying it's better than everybody. Nobody cares. His Holiness, His Majesty. It's about workings. Anyway, the conversation got to the point where someone said that regardless right? If you ask her, because she's a lady, if you ask her why she's voting Tinubu, it's because she's Yoruba, and that's it. And you know, I would have said, oh, why not talk about what you want to do? But at this point, I don't even think anybody has to explain to anybody again, because you can't keep gaslighting people by calling them bigots because they want to vote for Tinubu. Meanwhile, you are Igbo, or you are voting for Peter Obi, but the person is a bigot. You know, last election, the Western region, Southwest, we have 6 states, right? Tinubu did not win in all 6 states. He won in 4, right? PDP, Atiku Abubakar got 1, that's Osun State. LP, Peter Obi got 1, that's Lagos State. That means that of the 6 states, right, Tinubu got 2/3, right? 4 out of 6. The one that Peter Obi that now has 100% of his region is the one that's not a bigot. Is the one that had 2/3 that all these people are tribalists. Don't explain anything to anybody. So I cannot support the lady, although that's not my reason, but I support that lady. I support her right to say is definitely not my candidate, and I don't think any sane person should be, canvassing vote for him. Again, my opinion. You don't have to agree. It's okay. And I think the Minister of Culture and Tourism, that we just listened to, Hannatu Musawa, I think she agrees with me. Take a listen to what she has to say about Peter Obi being the presidential candidate of ADC. Take a listen, please.
Bola Tinubu in your own books in 2027. So Atiku Abubakar is no match for Bola Tinubu in your own books in 2027.
I don't think he is a match. I think he's a formidable opponent. But I do not think in 2027 that Vice President Atiku Abubakar, as much as I admire him and he's such a great patriot and, he's like a father of mine, I would say, but I don't think he's a match for President.
Even if Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi comes together,
but as who and who?
If Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi come together as on the same ticket, yeah.
Okay, with Peter Obi as the vice president. Mm-hmm. So the obedience that have vowed not to support, that's going to upset a lot of obedience because they're not really willing to take Peter Obi as a vice presidential candidate, are they? So that's going to upset a lot of people that a lot of people are going to have to eat a crow that said they wouldn't support Peter Obi if he became vice presidential candidate.
I don't think...
And if it's the other way around, or rather if Peter Obi is on the ticket as a presidential candidate, then that is the fastest way the opposition is going to lose this election. I promise you. I promise you, Shun, honestly. And if it's the other way, then we have to now question again our sentiment of saying the power should stay in the South for 8 years or for, the full term of... so if it's Atiku on that ticket, so that means ADC does not recognize that the South should maintain power.
So,
because
sorry, a video just popped up now. I know this video. It says it's a response to something that somebody wrote in the comment section. Let me let it play. Just 26 seconds. Take a listen.
Because we voted for our brother, which we don't have regret about it. Our brother contested. The Yorubas voted their brother. Our brother that contested is qualified, whether I like it or not. I may not be his fan. I may not be his fan. I was close to Aswaju before now.
But you're a Labour Party member.
Yes, I said I was closer to Aswaju now. Yes.
Than you are to Peter Obi.
Yes.
But you are...
Before I joined the Labour Party.
Okay.
Before, when did I join the Labour Party?
Yeah.
I joined the Labour Party.
Yeah, they voted their brother and they don't feel any how about it. And no, I don't think they should feel any how about it. And someone in the comment section said that somebody said they're going to vote Tinubu because the street name. I saw that tweet. She said something along the lines of Tinubu lives on Bodilion and that name sounds better than Agulu. Nigerians are something else. Like, how did she even come up with that kind of idea? I don't know. But with what the Minister of Culture and Tourism said, that having Peter Obi will be the fastest way. Why? Because his people, when I say people now, I'm talking about the movement, obedient movement. I've already said that they are only voting for him if he runs as president. Right? They have only one option. Apparently, the White House told to them, whatever they say is what it's either their way or the highway. And what they've said is that he must be the presidential candidate of whichever party, nominates him. And so we'll probably be having a lot of movement in the next 6 months or so, especially after the primaries of ADC. I think they're going to have a convention, primaries or something like that. And unless, of course, something changes. And nothing is impossible. It's politics, isn't it? So anything can happen. But still speaking about Peter Obi, an elder statesman, actually had something quite interesting to say about the gentleman. He's the former Secretary General of the Arewa Consultative Forum. His name is Anthony Sani. And this is what he said. You cannot spend years talking down on Nigeria and suddenly expect to be handed power. Anthony Sani. According to a report by This Day Live on Saturday, January 17, 2026, Anthony Sani, former Secretary General of the Arewa Consultative Forum, has criticized Peter Obi and some of his supporters over what he described as sustained negative messaging about Nigeria, warning that the country cannot be entrusted to leaders who have spent years demarketing the nation and portraying it as hopeless. The elder statesman made his position known in a statement shared on his Facebook page, where he addressed ongoing political debates and campaign narratives ahead of future elections. He stressed that leadership in Nigeria requires a clear belief in the country's potential and a willingness to work across ethnic, regional, and religious lines. According to him, public figures who aspire to national leadership must show responsibility in how they speak about the country at home and abroad. In explaining his broader view on leadership and political acceptance, Sani pointed to past democratic experiences in Nigeria and the qualities that helped leaders gain public trust across divides. He argued that criticism should strengthen the country rather than weaken it. Quote, the lesson from Nigeria's democratic The lesson from Nigeria's democratic history is clear, Sani noted. Leaders who gained acceptance were those who criticized constructively at home while projecting belief in the country's potential. You cannot spend years talking down on Nigeria and suddenly expect to be handed power. Leadership is about selling hope, unity, and solutions, not sowing division and despair. I approve of that message. I approve 100%. And someone else also approves. Here's a gentleman speaking on why Peter Obi is unpatriotic, and I think he is. Not just him. The entire structure of obedient movement is unpatriotic, and a lot of people from the Southeast are also quite unpatriotic. And it's a shame, because just because you lost an election does not mean that Nigeria is not the worst place on earth. You can't go everywhere saying, "No, I've been to Indonesia, Asia, I've been to Malaysia, I've been to China, went to China, and everywhere is better than Nigeria." But you're supposed to be the president of Nigeria. A country you curse, a country you demarcate, a country you don't really like, you call a zoo, and whatever not Peter Obi now, just some people. Just say all kinds of things about the country, yet you are fighting tooth and nail to become the head of states in that particular country. Now, just with that. Anyway, here's a gentleman speaking on, and I think I also agree with what he has to say, but just in case you have not heard him say it on what he thinks about Peter Obi, take a listen to this, please.
Peter Obi cannot, I'm using the word intentionally and deliberately, be the president of Nigeria. Because obviously, how old is Peter Obi?
Is it by age?
Absolutely. Age will play a factor. Because my generation will not sit aloof and keep throwing their hands in fatalistic resignation. Peter Obi is not patriotic. Patriotic in the sense you cannot keep running down your country on any available platform and still want to come and lead that country. Who are your supporters that is going to give you the support to lead the country that you run down on several media platforms? And you call yourself a leader.
You know, we have this conversation sometimes, and you have people saying things like, but they can criticize. And I ask this question: if you're acting a certain way, how do you correct them? Do you correct them the way you're going to correct someone you don't know? Or are you going to just talk because you've got to be heard, or because you actually want change? If you want change and you're a member of the family, there's a way you're going to present your case. And this is not to say don't talk, but there's a way you behave unless you're a bastard. There's a way you talk in your family. If you're a Nigerian and you want the best for Nigeria, and your tone is always condescending, is always calling it a zoo, is always saying it is a worst place, is always all kinds of funny things about, I don't think that people are going to now begin to embrace you because in your mind you have something that the rest of us do not know, and you're the only one that can save us. Maybe you should leave us the way we are, okay? Nigeria needs to get better, to be clear. We are far from being perfect, very far, very far. But there's a way you talk when it comes to the nation that you claim to believe in. And this is something that the former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Raji Fashola, actually said in one of the speeches he gave. This one is not just for any politician now, it's actually for all of us. Again, it's important for us to be able to criticize the country. I mean, after all, we're citizens, we have freedom of speech, isn't it? But we should speak like people who are actually our family members, not strangers. And this is what I'm going to play you a video from a speech by Babatunde Raji Fashola. Didon says this is the reason why Igbos want to leave. So if you want to leave a place, you have to destroy that building before you go. Are you okay? Let me tell you one funny thing. We had a tenant in one property, and you know, we discovered that I'm talking because of this thing that this person wrote. We discovered that the tenant had actually sublet the apartment to another person, and he had to go because his money was due, his rent was due. And then the other person, they were talking about it amongst themselves. It was time for him to leave. He didn't want to go, whatever. But anyway, he had to leave. But I saw something I've never seen in my life. I mean, I've rented other people's houses before. I've rented houses, and when I leave, what you would find is you find the landlord saying, "Oh, you're a good person. Like, thank you for." Like, it's supposed to be better than what it was when I got in there. For the first time in my life, I saw people like this clown in the comment section. This boy removed all the wallpaper, tore the place, removed the cable, everything he added to that place, he removed it before he left. That's the mindset of the person in this comment section. When you say things like the reason you are demarketing Nigeria is because you want to get out of the country, that is why you should allow us to leave. Even if you are going to leave, must you live like an animal? Must you destroy the place where you are living because you want to exit the place? I've seen things and like, is this how people behave? Because I've been a tenant before. So how on earth are you destroying people's homes because you are no longer going to be the tenant and you want to make a point? That's your mindset. What's your name? I'll mention you. Let me make you popular. The Don. That's your name. The Don of clowns. That's your own idea of justice, to get to destroy everything and leave. You won't get it. You will cry, but you won't get it. There's a child in the comment section, Focus. It says that this one is a baby. Have you seen the Lagos State budget? The country is your father's house is a zoo. Your father's house is a zoo. Your village is a forest. Your region is a jungle. You are happy with that, Abi? Because you cannot keep calling Nigeria zoo like this in the comments. Someone has to respond to you at some point. So your father's house is a zoo, and you are the animals living there. Your entire space is a forest. Everywhere you go is a jungle. And that's why you see you guys behave like animals. Why would you be writing Nigeria have I seen, see this clown, it says, have I seen Lagos budget, Nigeria is a jungle. What's the connection between Lagos budget and Nigeria being a zoo? Don't you guys think? Anyway, Speaking of Lagos, let's listen to former governor of Lagos State, BRF, right? STN, Barrister. If you're looking for a guy, go look at your guy in your family also. I'm not your guy. Stop it, by the way. Focus. Stop it. This is not your playground. Stop it. Grow up. Prove that you are an adult. Or you'll be treated like a kindergarten. You'll be treated like a toddler. This is Babatunde Raji Fashion. Take a listen, please.
But before I do so, there's also positivity of the word, what we say. So, and I think for us as a country, that's perhaps the most pivotal place. What do we say about ourselves? A few days ago, I watched on TV as one Nigerian who qualifies as a statesman says words to this effect on TV. This way, I'm paraphrasing. Gender representation is a disgrace in Nigeria. End of quote. Statesman. Now, I don't mean to put him down. That's not my intention. It's my friend. But is an example of a subconscious error that many of us, including I, have made about not being aware of the power of what we say and how we say it. So, I am no expert myself, but my public service experience has taught me a few things. I have had people teach me how to sit down, how to dress, what colors to wear, and so we don't leave those things to chance. So today I will confess, I was supposed to grant an interview to a foreign TV outfit a few months after I became governor. And I sat on a couch and went like this, like a big man, as a young governor. And the foreign international correspondent who was to interview me just looked at me and started giggling. I said, okay, let's get this thing on the road. I said, no, Governor, if I put you on global TV like this, I finished your career. You can't sit down like that. And then he taught me posturing right there and there. And he said, you can't sit in this sofa. So he brought a straight back chair and said, this is what we call BBC. Your butt in the back of the chair. But how many of us? And so from then on, it was training after training, referrals to agencies who did this work, training myself and my team. And still, the work never stops. So, how you use the word. So, we had this, when I heard gender representation is a disgrace in Nigeria, I froze in my seat. And I thought to myself, what if we had simply said, instead of that, what if we had said we can improve on our gender representation indices and inspire a people to action instead of condemnation? So, and it just brought in my own throwback. We were supposed to present something on law enforcement way back, and I asked one of my assistants to write a speech. It was about traffic enforcement. So when I saw the draft speech, and I said, oh. And there were words to this effect that, okay, the reason that we were doing this was because, quote and unquote, Lagos residents were lawless. So I said, come. We're going to go and tell the people we are leading that they are lawless people. We just lost our mandate. I said, no. Can we change this and say that we want to see improved traffic compliance? These are just but two examples of the power of the word and how we say and use them individually, in offices, in private businesses, affects that index that we have seen.
All right, again, that was PRF about Neraji Fashola, and that was a fantastic speech. It's quite long, but I think it's something to learn from, how to use words, especially when you're talking about your nation. I see you in the comment section write some kind of things. When it's time, I'm going to speak to you, but let me quickly say something. Whenever you see people shouting revolution, revolution, they are not thinkers. The idea of having revolution is the easiest thing anybody can think of. You don't have to be a genius. All the revolution you're shouting about, let's burn things down, let's scatter everywhere, let's build something. Go and study what happened after the French Revolution and write in the comment section. You hear these buzzwords, you've never really studied it. Let's have French Revolution. Go and do it. Start a revolution in your father's house. Your region is the way it is. Why not have a revolution in your region? Teach us, great rabbi, teach us how to structure a place by doing it in your space. I have your time today. This revolution that you guys are, this is the reason for the first coup. This is the reason you guys are always looking for coups all over the place. Revolution. In your hometown, everywhere is scattered. You're looking for revolution. Your governors are doing whatever they're doing. You're looking for revolution in Nigeria. Go and do it in your hometown. Do it in your state. Whatever you're looking for in Nigeria, try it in that space. Show us what greatness you're trying to explain to us. Create a model. Make it your prototype. Just constitute nuisance all over the place, shouting like you know what you're talking about. Revolution. Revolution, 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 revolution. You only talk about it when it has to do with Southwest. It's when you also burn down Lagos. That's the only thing that makes you guys feel like you are doing something. Go home. Create that revolution at home. Let us see it. Charity begins at home. Your own is charity begins abroad. Meanwhile, I mean, since you brought this nonsense up, over the weekend, they had this conversation about the new Southeast Zonal Coordinator for City Boy movement. And the same way they're doing right now, they were saying, by the way, in case you don't know, you have not heard, Obi Kubana, I mean, the news was that he was appointed the Southeast Coordinator of City Boy movement. And everybody, saying, oh, why are they not criticizing him the same way they criticized Toyin Abraham and the rest of, the Yoruba people that were supporting Tinubu in the last election. By the way, when you hear that thing of if you are supporting APC, you're after my life, that's because your life doesn't mean anything. Don't go and let anybody gaslight you with that nonsense the next election. No. I'm not so much party, but support Tinubu with your full chest. All this, you're after my life. Now meet your parents to give you life again. Or give your life to Jesus, because it's even a waste if you are not giving it to Christ. You can't be telling me I'm wasting it. You are wasting it already on your own. Somebody says, oh, so you have collected money to tribalists. From your ears to God, from your mouth to their ears, all you politicians, they say I've collected money. Better listen to what they are saying and bring the money. If you like, cry. Where was I? Let me read to you what somebody said after the news came out that Obi Kubana is now the coordinator of City Boy movement. It says, it said, LOL. Obi Kubana is a proper businessman. You can't expect him to say no to money-related offer. This is the stupidity that people exhibit and call it wisdom. You're going to shield your own and criticize others. You're asking for revolution in Nigeria, but no matter what people do in your space, you have a way of covering it and call it. Anybody that speaks against it is a tribalist. You are not ready. You are not ready. It is serious. Which brings me to the next news item. Nnamdi Kanu declared U.S. citizen and goodwill ambassador. This news also came out over the weekend, and I saw educated people Sorry, someone says, so Toyin is not a business owner who needs the money. No, Toyin is, let me tell you something. Sorry, we'll come back to this. Let me just answer the person in the comment section. Toyin can be attacked because she's not Igbo. That's the only thing. The reason for attacking Toyin is just because she's not Igbo. Yul Edochie was supporting Tinubu now. The attack he got, can you compare it to what they did to Toyin Emeagwụ or to Joke Silva and even her husband, Mr. Olu Jacobs? See what they did to them. They are not Igbo. They can be insulted. They are after their life, after their destiny. And then the other group, those ones are structure of criminality. Meanwhile, they are now with the structure of criminality now. Just a bunch of clowns. Listen. Vote for. No, but they said they're giving money. Amen. They give you money, but vote for Tinubu next election. We need to keep this changes that we are seeing. We need to see to a very, very good conclusive end. So let's support President Tinubu. Someone says Bianca in this, and yeah, Bianca is in the administration, but it is Toyin Emeagwụ that has people's headaches. Very clownish human beings. Anyway, Vanguard. Nnamdi Kanu declared U.S. citizen goodwill ambassador. So I saw this news over the weekend, and I saw educated people, graduates, actually saying that based on what I'm about to read right now, Nigeria is now holding an American citizen. It's a shame, but let me read the news to you. This is from Vanguard. By the way, today's topic is Aburi revisited. We're going to get to Aburi very soon, but let's finish the news. The jailed leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been conferred with the honorary citizenship of the state of Georgia, United States of America, USA. Kanu was equally adopted as an outstanding citizen who should be accorded every courtesy as a goodwill ambassador from Georgia. The proclamation to that effect was made by Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, on behalf of the Republican-controlled U.S. state. The proclamation letter dated January 16, 2026 was presented on February... I'm rushing, let me take it slowly. The proclamation letter dated January 16, 2026 was presented on Friday, January 23, 2026 as Milledgeville, one of the capital cities of Georgia, by the state representative Gab Okoye. It was presented by Gab Okoye. Anyway, let me tell you one funny thing. People then went to town based on this thing, that Nnamdi Kanu is now an American citizen, and that Nigeria is holding an American citizen in prison. Therefore, America will come and save their Lord and Savior. I just have a question. Is there an end to this propaganda? Is there a particular point where it ends? Because I don't know. Like, showing back to Maduro, he's not the first honorary, he's an honorary citizen. Like, nothing has changed. He's not an American citizen. Guys, Pasuma is an honorary citizen of Georgia, of the state of Georgia. Honorary citizenship doesn't make you a citizen. Your passport, they don't give you a passport. It's just essentially, shall I say, you're an exemplary character, or you have exemplary character, you're a good person. That's it. That doesn't make any sense. Number two, even if he was a US citizen, and so what? He's not a British citizen. What has Britain done? You guys, the crazy one is, I think it's EQ Law. If I find it, I'll show you. EQ Law released a statement that they've started using this news to collect money from people. Again, that's not my business, to be honest. Not my business. They collect money from you. That's good. Keep giving. Ugochukwu says, I would like to debate this host one day. Okay. Let's move on from that. You know what debate is, Shao? If it's debate, not the one that you come and be shouting and cursing me out though, and telling me to go and read. I did when he said to go and read. The guy must think it was really deep. He said, he said something. I asked for the source. He said I should go and use DeepSeek. Then he said ChatGPT. Since that day, I said I would never debate anybody, ever. You can ask questions. I can even ask you questions, but debate me on. So I'm going to use ChatGPT and DeepSeek. This is well. Anyway, we have a sister who is going through tough times right now. And this happened because of what certain people did to her, or said a particular person did something really terrible. We thought we had put this behind us, but recently it happened again. Bimba Ademoye had released a movie titled Where Love Lives on YouTube, and the movie was doing very well. You know, loads of reviews, especially since December. And suddenly something happened. She got really exasperated and she made this video. Take a listen.
I'm not one to come on here and misbehave. I mind my business and I try to just stay on my lane. I'm making this video so that it will be on public records. I've had a very long week. I have been tested, I have been tried, I am stressed mentally, physically, financially. I'm drained. Emmanuel Davis, Lagos Sounds. I'm warning you, you don't want to play with me. I'm putting it up here now because if I put a bounty on your head and they find you, take down that thing and put back my monetization of my movie. You have an hour. You have 1 hour. Emmanuel, you put the song. Ugochi made a song for me, specifically for me. She didn't upload it because of problems like this. You took it, you uploaded it, put on Spotify and all platforms, and claimed it to be yours. Then you demonetize my movie, my hard work. You have 1 hour. If I put a bounty on your head, it's done for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Time starts now.
This, to me, I think is one of the most painful experiences any creator can ever go through. The way it is to write, to put money together, resources, people, shoot. Then at the point of distribution, some never do well characters then decide to hijack what you have done and make money off of it because they are pirates. This is how they built everybody's city. And people have been saying all kinds of things on social media about it. What they didn't understand is that, and it's very simple, what he did. From what, I'm not going to read everything. She did another stuff where she wrote what happened. What happened was that she put out the movie. There's a song in that movie. He takes a song, one of the songs, put that song on Spotify, and then he claims that as his own. Now YouTube sees that, demonetizes the movie that has that song in it, because one unfortunate person decides to destroy another person's hard work. We used to have this during pirates, when they were having this piracy. Piracy did a number on people, particularly, and I'll say this, if you call it tribalism, that is your business. It did a huge number on Yoruba people. And I'm not saying it didn't do any number on other people, but I want to just stick to because I remember very well when they went to the market and brought out loads and loads of CDs of Lagbaja back in the day. I remember when Kuli Afolayan went to Alaba and they brought up pirated copies of things, something that you will spend your life. creative, it's one thing to be a creative, another thing to be into business. So you now raise the money, you make something, then somebody takes that stuff. It's not going to duplicate, it's replicate, make several copies and begins to sell. It's not good now. And this is what we have when we say this thing of just make money, shall I have money? Like, we have to do better. It's sad. And I hope they catch that guy. They've got to get that thing back. And if she, and I hope she's not going to lose the money, but if she ever loses that money, whatever they have to sell to get that money back from that guy, they should get it. It's unfair. Guys, I'm going to say something right now. If it sounds too harsh or you don't like what I'm about to say, please, I apologize in advance. Someone said Ugochi did a video for Igbo lady. Yoruba guy steal it from her. You're not worth it. Let's just leave the matter. You're not worth it. You're not worth it. There's no need to even the apologies must share advance. It's not worth it. These are just riffraffs. Just walking the internet like a clown. Anyway, let's get back to the news. We're almost done. I want to get to the class. Get us to class very soon. U.S. Nigeria Joint Working Group. Please stop. It's done. You're not that smart. As a matter of fact, from everything I've been writing in the comment section, you're probably one of the most stupid person I've seen type anything in the comment section. Stop. You're not the most stupid. You're one of the most stupid. So it'd be like say you still get class. May not put you on that sleeper. So okay. Bless you understand pigeon bar. Where were we? All right. We hope that that is taken care of, and that she's. And this has happened over and over again. I think it actually affects people's ability to create. Whoever that person is, it has to be taken care of as soon as possible. And why did you feel the need to write that is Yoruba when I did not mention the fact that the person was Igbo? You know that that's actually your stock in trade. That's your inheritance. That's why you would make it your own, because I didn't even mention your ethnicity. You know what? Let's just go on. U.S. Nigeria Joint Working Group issue statement. Joint statement at the conclusion of the first session of the U.S. Nigeria Joint Working Group on Nigeria's country of particular concern designation. The governments of the United States of America and the Federal Republic of Nigeria held the inaugural meeting of the U.S. Nigeria Joint Working Group in Abuja on Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. The working group was established following the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern by U.S. President Donald J. Trump under the International Religious Freedom Act. Working in close partnership, the group aims to reduce violence against vulnerable populations in Nigeria, particularly Christian communities, and to foster an environment in which all Nigerians can freely practice their faith without fear or intimidation from terrorists, separatists, bandits, criminal militias, or other violent actors, regardless of religious affiliation. It's an entire thing, but it's actually something quite good. This was published on the wall of the presidency. All right, and I think it's quite nice to see that Nigeria and the United States were working together to make sure that Nigeria is safer. This is a better approach than saying things that we're just going to get in there and destroy the place and intervene. We like this kind of intervention. It's more respectful, and I think it's also going to work in the long run. And the representative Riley Moore also spoke on this. And by the way, yes, it's good to know that this is also going to protect Christians, particularly in the Middle Belt. and in other places in Nigeria. Let me just quickly read something from Riley Moore. Establishing the US-Nigeria Working Group to increase coordination and cooperation between our two countries is an encouraging and necessary step to jointly combating the security challenges facing Nigeria, promoting our both nations' shared values of religious freedom, and ending the brutal persecution of our brothers and sisters in Christ by radical Islamic terrorists. This is actually quite good. Like what is happening in that regard. As we begin to wind up now, I'd just like to share another news, one final news, and then we'll talk a bit, and then we'll go to class. This is from the Nation newspaper, Sunday Igbo. Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igbo, is sent to return home. Excuse me. He's set to return home from self-exile moves by some monarchs, backing his full freedom and reintegration, the nation has learned. His spokesperson, Olayomi Koiki, disclosed that the efforts of some traditional rulers in the southwest, especially the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, Ooni of Ife, Obadiah Ogunwusi Ojaja II, were instrumental. Excuse me, I'm going to read that again. I'm having a little issue with this device. I'm almost done, but the device just keeps hanging. I have a lot of tabs open, that's why. They shall remain open because I need them for the class today. But why hang it by you to your long? Let me use on that device while this thing recalibrates. Give me a second. I'll find it quickly. Someone says good news. You should move away from Koiki. Ayodeji. I'll just read the news. Give me a second, please. I have to find another. Then I'll put it better. It's the last news report, by the way. Who is saying Umu Awolowo Kwenu? You wish you could be one of us. All right, let me read it from this other one. Yeah. Remy guy says, the way you smile, do you have an opinion? I mean, while I wait for this thing to open, I think for me, right, the lesson I learned from all this thing is, number one, leadership. Don't live life alone. Have people that you can defer to. People that can... No, this is not about even comparison. I don't do that. People that can stand in the gap for you. And also that I also appreciate the maturity of Oni. This man insulted Kabisi. But that's in the past now, thank God. Insulted him. And then, of course, he eventually went back and apologized. And I like the fact that regardless of what happened in the past, Oni will still speak up for him. That for me is actually the lesson from all of this. And it's also good to know that, the royal fathers were there to speak up for him to ensure that he would be able to return to Nigeria from self-exile. I don't know what's happening to all my devices. I think they received the message. Deji, when did you learn Igbo? Igbo Weze. That means Igbos have no king. Why are you writing that in the comment section? Oh, now I see the say your dada. Okay, say your dada. Why? All right, let me read from here. Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, is set to return home from self-exile following the moves by some monarchs backing his full freedom and reintegration, the nation has learned. His spokesperson, Olayomi Koiki, disclosed that the efforts of some traditional rulers in Southwest, especially the Olubad of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, or Ooni of Ife Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi Ojaja II, were instrumental to Igboho's clearance to return home. In 2025, Igboho had lamented that he was tired of staying in exile. He made the appeal during his visit to Olugbon of Orile Igbon, Oba Olushola Lao, at his palace at Orile Igbon, Surulere local government area of Oyo State. He pleaded with President Bola Tinubu-led federal government to remove his name from wanted list, saying he's not a criminal and should not be treated as such. Igboho lamented that he was declared wanted by the late Muhammadu Buhari's administration for an unknown offense, and it has made it difficult for him to use the Nigerian passport, as well as denied him access to his bank accounts despite court judgments in his favor. While no specific date has been announced for his arrival, Koiki affirmed that arrangements are underway and that more details will be made public in the coming days. He said, "This is a moment of joy for Ibadan land and Yoruba land as a whole. Chief Adeyemo is now cleared to return to Nigeria and is no longer being sought by government authorities. With the support of our real father, the Olubad of Ibadan land, Chief Sunday Adeyemo is now free to return home. He is a free man and will soon be back in Ibadan." Concluding, the statement also expressed appreciation to President Bola Tinubu, Yoruba monarchs across the region, Yoruba sons and daughters worldwide for their support during Igboho's years away from home. May God bless him, and I hope that whatever they have to do, they use better strategy. Ugochukwu says, "Give him life imprisonment too, or else what?" Or else what exactly? Your Lord and Savior is going to serve his lifetime in Sokoto. But anyway, there's still appeal. I mean, yeah, you can appeal. If not, you should just get used to that place. I'm sure the weather now is not too hot. Say or else. Who do you guys think you are? I'm not even going to talk about what he did or what he did not do, because, I mean, what did he do? And how long was he in Benin Republic? And what was he doing in Benin Republic? Did Nigeria send lawyers to Benin Republic to charge him with anything? Yes, they did. What happened there? You guys don't know. All you just know is bad. All right, let's have some people come up. Please, not many people because of time. We have to get to class. Make it short, right? And also keep it straight and clean, okay? Because trust me, I'm actually very angry with some things in the comment section. I'm holding myself back. So please, just let's keep it clean so that we don't have to, you know, trade words. There's somebody in the comment section, you're trying to come up. You have to promise in the comment section, Ugochukwu, that you're going to behave. Because the way you're moving in the comment section, I don't know. Just promise that you're going to behave. I promise you, I will bring you up. And as soon as I said that, he dropped. So you don't want to behave before. Anyway, I'll bring you up, folks who have sent a request. As soon as you get up, please mute, right? And then we'll call on you one after the other. Please mute immediately, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for understanding. Please mute. Thank you. So let's start. Again, please make it very quick. We want to get to class as soon as possible. So let's start with Bumblebee. Good evening.
Prof.
Evening, sir.
Lovely outfit, by the way, and thanks for bringing me up. So, so I think I'll just start with what Hannah to Musawa, what she said about the behavior of northern voters. So it's very clear. I think one of the most important things we need to realize in Nigeria is we have 3 major languages and we have very distinct political school of thought and even administrative school of thought. The North, they've decided to leave the development of their people behind. Hannatu Musawa is the daughter of a political elite, and she is also a political elite now. And she's saying that the North and North alone holds key to political sophistication in Nigeria. I think what they need to do is to channel their energy towards educating and empowering their people. It's quite appalling that they are not concerned about out of school children, the insecurity in their region, but rather focus on how to align themselves towards the next political cycle. So for me, it's aligned with the North because they have the political elite, and the political elite have their own agenda and they have no plan for their poor. Instead, they tend to mobilize them to gain political power. So moving on, I think what the obedients are doing is a poorly concealed and disguised intention, ethnic intention, and it's becoming very clear to everybody. I don't know why they don't understand that the Northerners are not stupid. The Yorubas are not stupid people. The reason they want Obi is an ethnic reason. It's not because Obi is more competent than every other candidate. And they need to come to terms that that hoax has been debunked. Everybody knows now. So there will be a time, especially considering all the things that are happening in Nigeria now. The North, the core North, the North Central, South, they will be aligned in a particular way. Everybody is behaving in a particular way too, and they tend to respect other people's spaces, try to play politics, reach out to people in a respectful way. Even though we don't agree with what the Northerners are doing, we still relate with them in a very respectful way in some areas. There will be a time when all that Avid is doing, going to the US, throwing up dust, when the whole dust settles, everybody will pay for what part they took in everything that is happening in Nigeria now, and there will be consequences for it. And that consequence will be in terms of political isolation. They will be handled in a very, very diplomatic, strategic way, such that nobody is going to bring up violence towards them, but they will be isolated. They will try to make noise, but nobody is going to give attention to them. That is what's going to happen. All right. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much for that brilliant submission. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, sir. All right. Yeah, please send your request. I'll bring you back up. Erobodo, I'll bring you back up. So thank you very much, Bumblebee, for that submission. And I couldn't have said it better. Thank you. Let's go to CEO. Good evening, CEO.
Wish you a very blessed guide.
Thank you.
I watched a documentary over the weekend. I think it was by the Dawn Commission. I don't know if you've seen it. Talking about the history of Nigeria from independence and what happened to the Southwest. And some of these things you know them, but when you now hear it being narrated by somebody else, it now sort of throws some illumination on it. And while I was sitting down watching it, I was just like downcasted. I mean, again, coming to the full realization of the fact that Nigeria didn't lose much during the January 1960 coup, but the Southwest lost everything. Because as at that time, we're not competing with Nigeria, we're not competing with Africa, we were competing with the world, basically. Because everything that you could find in a developed nation, Southwest was already miles ahead of a lot of European nations in achieving those things. So that could I don't know for how long we're going to mourn it, but hopefully, and thank God, we now have an Asiwaju who is trying to put that back on that pedestal. So whatever we've lost, that we'll be able to recover. Then on Anatu, something that she fell short of saying was that, which, I mean, if you actually listen to her, you could also read between the lines, as in the things that she may want to say, but probably will not say on national TV, was that a lot of people that jumped on the obedient bandwagon actually were bamboozled into believing that, okay, this was a genuine cause, or okay, this is something we could actually be on. But immediately, these people hijacked it and turned it into an ethnic agenda. A lot of people have jumped off that bandwagon. The same way, the same pace with which they jumped on the bandwagon is the same way, with the same pace they jumped off the bandwagon when they realized that these people had an agenda within an agenda. Then on Sunday Go is a good lesson of how not to agitate. And because I say this to people, we are Yorubas, we are forced Omoluabis. Because the way you respond to a particular event will be different from the way I will respond to a particular event. But we don't, because of the emotion or the pain, begin to insult our elders. He insulted almost everybody. I don't know of anybody that he did not insult. And there were people around him. That was why when the guy said that he should move away from Koiki, I also said I concur, because Koiki was also a very, very vocal person during that entire struggle. And also it's a lesson to our brothers on the other side. Because when their brother was saying they should go and buy and unalive everybody, nobody called him to order, or maybe they did, maybe he didn't listen to them. But that bile and that DNA of the arrogancy that started from what's the name of this guy? Ifeanyi to Nnamdi Azikiwe to Ojukwu to Wazurike is still resident in all of them. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure Kanu is the last of them we're going to have. We're still going to have more of them. If Nigeria does not find a way to nip it in bud. I was on a panel sometime over the weekend and we're talking about, okay, is it even possible for some of us Yorubas to just even go and plead with the National Assembly? Just give these people their 5 plots and let them go. Because they've caused more damage. Don't, Shao. Don't. No, it's just, you know why? You know why you should not help them? Because they will blame you and tell you that you're the one chasing them out. Don't help them. And then once they are done, they'll now tell you that they don't want 5 plots. They want, 5 states. I don't know why you guys call it plots. They don't want 5 states. They want the entire place. They have a map that goes all the way to Kogi and Benue states. Okay. They are not serious. When they are ready, they'll go and look for what they are looking for. No, please continue. It's because of the damage they've caused. If you go on the internet now to try to search for anything, the first narrative you get is the narrative from the IPOB and the obedient people. And they are all false narratives. And that's why I'm encouraging young vocal Nigerians to begin to post positive thoughts on the internet to try to counter some of the negative narratives that these people are spinning over there. There's a lady on TikTok that she just started. She's an Ijaw lady. She's reading this book, Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. If you see the kind of insult they've hurled at her, they've insulted our entire generation. She was simply reading a book. She was not cursing anybody. But of course, they didn't like what she was reading, which are facts and truth. But instead of them to try to understand and be accountable, not even them being accountable, just to recognize and understand what their ancestors did and what they should not do in this current climate, they just keep insulting and saying all kinds of things. And we keep praying for them, for God to help them. But it's just the emotion of, if they should just go, let them go. Let the rest of us just have peace. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you very much. While you're speaking, Ogochukwu wrote in the comment section, we never start.
Ogochukwu, please don't stop. Don't stop. Do more. Because this is what your parents did in '66. They just continued to insult and do everything until they met their Waterloo. So please don't stop. Continue. Repeat the mistakes of your parents. It shows that you have not evolved. So don't stop. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just reading something in the comment section. I think they said they are coming for you. Who? Roboto says, please, could you talk a bit about Decree 34, change how the work does anything regionalism? Another day. We have a topic for today. We'll do it. We'll have a conversation on that. Thank you.
I forgot to mention something.
Let's move on.
This issue, I wanted to ask a question. This issue about this Ayodeji, okay, the ambassador designate. You didn't read it as part of your news and the viral thing that's going around about him. No, it was the same one.
I'll check it.
Okay.
I'll check it. Okay. Thank you very much. Ayodeji Ẹkáàbọ.
Hey, boss, you know the story in Ikoyi and the money that was found in the apartment?
All right, I will check. I'll read it. Thank you very much. All right, let's have Harry.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, thank you for all you continue to do to enlighten people who already have their brain upside down. Because the thing has turned into a cult. Every time I like going on this, their pro-Biafra, pro-IPOB lives. So I like going there to just stir up trouble. Because it's the same thing every time. Quickly, you forgot to highlight to them, to let them know that immigration or citizenship in America is a federal thing. So Georgia cannot grant citizenship. So that's an aside. The thing has turned into a cult. Every time you go, I asked one, define for me marginalization, because before I came on, he listed all the things Igbos are doing in Nigeria, how they own everywhere, how they are into businesses, how they are. You are not businessmen, you are traders. Because you don't own the means of production. He said I should name one business Yorubas have. Have you heard of Okoya? These people started factories before we could spell factory. All you Igbos did was go to their factories to go and sell it in traffic, in go slow in Lagos. That's what you did.
Chief, small son.
Chief, small son. Yeah, you didn't produce. You don't have the means of production. You only go to China, go here, go buy and come to sell and profit here, and you call yourself businessman. Nobody has told you guys. So they came after me. Where are you from? I told I'm a Bini, but I'm a Jakonde. So Jakonde took care of me educationally. So what I am today, I still give it to Jakonde, but I'm a Bini. Oh, we are coming for you. I said, we are safer with the Yorubas as a minority. Geographically, ethnically, traditionally, we are safer with the Yorubas. I know my people are all around, their doors, going around. We want our own Igodo. What are you going to do with 2 million people as a nation? What do we have to make a nation? But back again, they are still all about their seaport. So I say, okay, name me one sea you want to port. They kept quiet. They kept quiet. I said, okay, what have you done with One?
Wait. Are you connected to anybody in Ibadan or Ilori? You can mouth with this.
Or Ilori. You can mouth with this.
Jesus is Lord.
I'm a Bini. We grew up like that, teasing ourselves at our house. So before comedy and stand-up started, we were doing it as babies. So that's what I'm here to talk about. Somebody brought out again and said, why is Igboho free and Nnamdi is in prison? I said, what are you talking about? Nnamdi's indictment is played out, is on record, world star. He indicted himself. So you guys are even lucky the judge is a Yoruba man. He got off easy because a Yoruba man was the judge. If not, he would have gotten the highest point of what the law demanded that he gets. Instead of you to be grateful to this person that this person is a Yoruba man, you guys are insulting him. He should be grateful that he's in Sokoto. He should be grateful that they took him to Sokoto. So we can't stress it enough. I think what Mr. CEO or somebody was alluding to is that let's just give them. Let's just give them the freedom, quote unquote. What are they freeing from? I don't know. We want our freedom. So thank you for all you do and more grace.
Thank you very much for that submission. I wasn't expecting, I never expected it, but thank you. All right, CEO, you wanted to say something earlier. Please take 2 minutes to quickly say that. Thank you.
No, I'm done with my submission. I just asked you about the. I'm done with my submission. I just asked you about the incident of the ambassador designate. That is not a good object.
Please go on, talk about it.
Okay, I think the gentleman used to be the chairman of NIA, Nigeria Intelligence Agency, and there was a time, amount was found in an apartment that he owns in Ikoyi. I don't know if you remember that case, some dollar, about 1.something billion equivalent. So, and then it was arraigned by EFCC. He was declared wanted, and he went out of the country with his wife on the pretense of medical whatever outside the country, and then only for us to see his name in the list of ambassador designated for France. We're going on. I mean, people have been saying it and nothing to change. I don't know if you have any clarity. Was there a time that he was discharged and acquitted, or was there a time he was pardoned, or something like that, before being named as an ambassador?
Thank you very much. I'll let you know when I get more information on that matter. I don't really know so much about with that. Thank you very much. So I want to thank everybody who came up to speak. CEO, Mr. Ari, others who have gone down. Thank you very, very much. There was a news item that I did not get to. I think I should quickly mention it, but let me just get our folks down so that we can, just go from there to class. Thank you, sirs. So let me read something to you from Ekulo. Someone mentioned that thing about Georgia. I think it was Harry who said it. But by the way, Harry was on fire. I mean, the way they speak English, they speak like, say, how you back people for Ibadan, Ijebu, or Ilorin go insult you. Say how many C you get where you want port? Like, tell me one C where you get where you want port. That was heavy. Anyway, let me read this from Eku Law Group. He's an Igbo man, so I think it helps. So guess the latest BR fraud. With this picture, IPOB leaders are trying to raise money to pay the lobbyists they hired in Washington. They are using this honorary citizenship story to raise money. They are telling people that with the honorary citizenship awarded to Kanu, any of them who supports Biafra will be able to travel to America without visa. And they are rushing to contribute their entire savings so that they can travel to America next month without visa. They told them that instead of American visa, all they need is just photocopy of Oyendu's citizenship certificate. I'm not sure I should be laughing. It is well. Ekulo has been on this matter for a while, the whole Biafra thing. I hope it works out for them. But there's something I want to talk about before we go. It's actually quite important. GRV put out the official quote-unquote, I mean, it's not even quote-unquote, it's what it says, official ADC local government chairman and phone numbers in Lagos State. If you're a Yoruba person and you still haven't gotten the message, hopefully you're going to get it this time around. Hopefully. I'm not even holding my breath. I'll just read out the names. There are 20. So, Agege Adeleke Adewale Abbas. Ajeromi Felodu Madu Patrick. Adimosho Odeyemi John Wesley. Apapa Benjamin Emmanuel. Badagry Duru Ifeanyi Chukwu Everest. Ekpe Amuni Fuad. Etiosa Ekanem Elizabeth. Ibejuleki Anayere Ogochukwu Ifakojai Agbodi Osage Joe. Keja Akachukwu Sunday. Ikorodu Olorunfemi Joel Kayode Koshofe Ajiboye Ayotayo Sheo Lagos Island Oyewole Sumisire Michael Lagos Mainland Fani Oluwatosin Mushin Akinfenwa Bolaji Adebi Lukman Ojo Oshodi Solo Okafo Chukudi Shomolo Okeowo Oluwabokola O Surulere Esebamen Aigbo Kaode. I think that one is Benin. So you heard Madu, there's Benjamin Emmanuel, there's Duru, you find Chukwu Everest. That one must like climbing a lot. There's Anayere Ogochukwu, Akachukwu Sunday, Okafo Chukwudi, Agbodi. Listen, it is well. But here's the thing. If you do something and you failed, are you not supposed to? I mean, we talked about it here before. If you ever worked in tech, there's something we call retrospective, where you ask what worked, no, what didn't work, what can be done better. So after a sprint, or like depending on how you break your tasks, you have a retrospective like, what did you do wrong? So that you can fix things. Now, not last election, you were busy saying that Lagos was cosmopolitan and then you appointed Igbos in different places. Listen, I'm not against any ethnicity. The point is just that how many Yoruba people, and they say that Yoruba people everywhere in their state, how many Hausa people or Fulani or Yoruba or Idoma or Kanuri do you see in the local government party local government in the east? Why? I mean, at this point, I don't get it. Like, it's like self-sabotage. Like, you don't really care to win. Just destroy yourself in the process because you're supposed to prove that you are one Nigeria. You don't do it in the north. By the way, when they get to the north, also, do they do it in the north? If you do it, you will not win. That's the point. Why must a particular ethnic group be appointed? And I'm not saying, I mean, you can have one person or two because they're also there sometimes, to feel it. But the fact that almost half of the entire thing is Igbo in Yoruba land. This is not one Nigeria detribalized. This is stupidity. I mean, you can say, okay, let's also, there's somebody that's also very good, though, that's also working for us, so it may not be Yoruba, maybe he's from here. Nobody would even really, but how can you just pack people there? Abba. Continue. We're putting Igbo people in different places in Lagos. You will run, you will never reach your destination. It's not a curse. Nobody will stop you from running. Sure, you can run a bit. I'm a Syria and on. Because this doesn't make sense to me. And you see, one of the reasons I speak on these things, so someone will come and say, oh, you're a bigot. That's your business. One of the reasons I speak about these things is that Otisheleri, it happened before. In the 1960s, this was how they did to the point where they got 4 people to run in Lagos, and all 4 were Igbos. And they got TOS Benson out of the way. I was reading a book earlier today. Let me see if I can. It's not today's topic. Well, if I see it still open, then I'll read it. If not, another day. How they engineered that thing? They got the guy out of the way. He even married an Igbo woman. No. If you don't know, just look for TOS Benson in Ikorodu. Listen, Yoruba land is not the place to practice one Nigeria. It's not the laboratory for detribalization. Go and practice elsewhere. Do it in Sokoto. Please try and do it in Kano. I beg in the name of God, go to Jigawa. Teach them about this detribalization policy. Teach them in Kebbi. Let me resume to you from Class, Ethnicity and Democracy in Nigeria. It's a big book, so when I finish, we'll talk about it. In Lagos, there emerged a bitter dispute involving Chief TOS Benson, over whose fierce objection the local NCNC decided to choose its 4 nominees by election in constituency caucuses. When an Igbo candidate soundly defeated him and the party rejected his appeal, he resigned from the NCNC to stand as an independent candidate. While the NCNC greeted Benson's departure with great relief, it was a major blow, depriving the party of its most important link to the Yoruba people. The resultant increasing domination of Dr. Okpara and other Eastern Igbo leaders reinforced the tendency to interpret the political scene in simple sectional terms. Immediately upon his resignation, Benson raised such a theme by chiding Okpara for refusing to state categorically that Chief Awolowo would become prime minister in the event of a Obga victory. Inevitably also, the NNDP made much of Benson's election defeat at the hands of an Igbo. So they will push you on to the point where within that party, you have been with them in terms of they will remove you. Within your primaries, they will remove you, they'll call it, what's it called? Due process. Due process will only apply when you lose. Today I said, I was like, let me get to the bottom of this one. I read another thing. I read another book on that matter today, and I was like, awo. But the man no carry lie. Lord no, Baba and carry. Baba and carry or carry. Is the mistake of what Macaulay made to have Azikiwe become what's it called? Acting president and eventually president. Once he did, he began to transform the party into an Igbo party. To the point where instead of his deputy, Yoruba man, Father was said to become the new president while he was going to the center, they ensured that it was Michael Okpara, who was already the Eastern Region, what's it called now? Premier, that would become the party chairman, removing Father Onsi out of the way. Why? He's Yoruba. That's the reason. Listen, I'm not saying that there was no pose any Yoruba person took. They will always give anybody some tokenism, whatever. The point is just that this thing where when you know a person, you know his weakness, don't tempt him. Don't tempt him. Just appreciate him, give him what will not get him in trouble. But when it comes to positions in Yoruba land, given to non-Yoruba, particularly folks from the southeast, you will regret it too. And I'm not saying it's out of, oh, you hate. It's because what happened is happening. And the way of, looking at the way things are, it looks like it's going to still happen. Your job is not to prove that it will not happen as a Yoruba person. That's not your job. Your job is to make sure that it doesn't happen, not to prove that it will not happen. I don't know who these people are. Just be saying, I want to prove that we are detribalized. How can you feel? So it's like after Yoruba, you've got to have many Igbo people there as well. So I can feel like it's one Nigeria. That's nonsense. It's Yoruba land. And if you, and this is the point, right? If a person is probably integrated, you will know. You will know. And that's why we never really used to think about it, because we used to have people who were properly integrated in different ways, right? But these days, we have to be very wary of all this pandering. All right. We're about to go to class. What time is it? Good. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. We have to get this number to 100K. Thank you very much. Mr. Baderiwa says, it's just being Chinedu. Good point. Somehow I didn't factor that into. That's the thing. I didn't even think about it like that. But now that you said it, why didn't I think of that? It's Chinedu, so it makes sense, actually. Let's read some comments on YouTube before we continue. Hello, YouTube people. Good to have you guys. Thank you very much. You might say she spoke with a lot of understanding of the political dynamics of the core North with less filters in that interview. I think she was talking about the Minister of Culture and Tourism. You might say, but she failed to understand that the geopolitical situation is the core. In the core North is changing very rapidly, where the former structure is likely not going to hold water anymore. I'll go move from the North. He said VP Shetima is likely not going to be the same ticket with Tinubu in the next election. Well, we don't know, but we'll see how it goes. You might also say, they never hide it that all the Southern Muslims are fake. It's hardly impossible for a great scholar from the South to lead prayer at Abuja Central Mosque, for instance, let alone in the corner. I think they lead in Abuja. At that corner thing, I don't think they lead there. But yeah, I think they assume that Yoruba Muslims are not Muslim enough. That's actually true. People will say it's a lie, but it's the truth. It's exactly how Fulani people, or how, let me say it this way, how Usman and Fodio saw the Hausa Muslims. He saw them as not Muslim enough. That was the reason for the jihad in the first place. They were Muslims before he got there. They were already Muslims. Some of them were Muslims. Some of them were animists. And then it was like, there's a particular brand of Islam, and then I'm very careful of all these purists. Can have something up their sleeves. Let's go on. Olatunde the Odediro says, who amongst our religion practice Islam or Christianity the way it should? Thus, religion should not be a basis of our choice, rather it should be competency. All right. Somebody says his parents are clowns in the comment section. Then he says Tinubu is going down 2027. Peter will be or nothing in your father's family house. Go between your Peter will be or nothing. You guys have no sense. Peter will be or nothing. How can you do the same thing every time and you expect a different result? Is that not what Albert Einstein called definition of insanity? You curse people out. You cursed us out in 2023. You failed. You curse us out again. You still fail. Funny enough, even if you start blessing us at this point, you still fail. So you might as well continue cursing. May God bless you. But your curse will happen to you, shall. That's the way it is. Your mind says, does anyone know where we can buy Tinubu cap outside Nigeria, please? I don't even know how to buy it in Nigeria. Let's continue. Malagunji Emmanuel says, whatever able people can they... no, I won't read that one, no. That was heavy. Says GRV is calling around, they will not win everything. And Olatunde, the other general says, being detribalized is tantamount to losing your identity. Thank you very much on YouTube. Now let's go to class. Today, we are revisiting Aburi. We've had this session before, but there are some things I didn't share, like I said earlier. I think it's important to share some of those things today. Now, why are we discussing this? It's because, so I put out some videos last week. Of course, we put out videos every day on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, different platforms, TikTok. And one of the commenters, instead of talking about, Aburi Accord, and I saw one today. I saw some on Twitter. I saw another one on YouTube today about why it went the way it did, how everybody's standing on Aburi. Thank you, South London. Eyes on the judiciary. Anyway, people still say they're standing on Aburi in 2026. Let me start by saying this. If you're from the southeast and you're standing on Aburi, you're standing on nonsense. Jesus is the only solid rock that should be standing on since 1990 today. 1967. All of that ground is sinking sand, including Aburi. You cannot be standing on Aburi in 2026. It's actually very shallow. People think it's deep. It's nonsense. And I'll tell you why. Aburi was resolved. Something. Oh dear. Excuse me, please.
They want to maintain we are the victim of Nigerian narrative, so the whole thing with Aburi.
Okay. They want to maintain we are the victim of Nigerian narrative, so the whole thing with Aburi is usually not discussed because it doesn't help with that narrative. But I want also see some things, from different perspectives on that particular matter. Like I said, I don't usually talk about the Igbo perspective because we have been subjected to it willingly or unwillingly for the last 60 plus years. At this point, we have to win people off of it like you win a baby off of breast milk. It's enough. Let's eat solid food by listening to other people. I mean, the milk we got is okay. Although, to be honest, the milk we've gotten all these years, now contaminated milk, is sour, it's deadly, it's terrible. So let's have something nutritious, okay? Having said that, let me say that I'll be we might go back to the beginning just a bit so to understand exactly what happened. I'll be reading this book by N.U. Akpan, The Struggle for Secession, right? That's by N.U. Akpan. He was the secretary to the government of the Eastern region. He worked with Ojukwu directly, and he wrote a lot about what happened in Aburi. But I'm going to start by reading the book by IBB, A Journey in Service. Now that I think of it, one second please. I also probably should read Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. We're going to have a great time today, by the way. Very, very great time. And we'll tie everything together. There are things that we've not talked about before. We'll talk about today, e.g., documents from the United States, their own, shall I call it, classified documents that we now have access to on what happened around that time. We've been lied to in this country. Let's just put it that way. We are being lied to. Let's start with IBB. So he says, the killings were frightening. A deluge of refugees swarmed eastern Nigeria from practically all parts of Nigeria. Let me start by saying this before I even read this, because without saying this, it couldn't make sense. So we know that a coup happened in January 15, 1966. It was an Igbo coup. And I'll probably come back to talk about what happened between January and July some other time. But a lot of people have said that what happened in May in the north was actually payback for what happened in January. In other words, that Northerners unalived Igbos in the north because of what Igbo officers did in January of 66. That is not true. That is not true. What happened in May was not retribution for what happened in January. It was actually retribution for what people did on their own between January and May. What the people did, when I say people, I mean Igbo people did in the north, what Ironsi did, the kind of decrees they promulgated, and the things that Igbo started doing in different parts of the country. That was what led to what happened in May 66. We'll have that conversation some other day. The payback for January was actually July. Again, I don't say these things to justify terrible things that happened to people. Nobody should die the way people died. It was terrible. But it's important to actually put things in context. I was listening to an intellectual from the Southeast some days ago. My mentor sent me a video of this gentleman. And then he said something that's quite revealing. He said that the Igbo story begins in July of 1966. I was like, no wonder. Says that's what he said. He said the Igbo story began July 1966. If that's where your history began, your story of Nigeria, if that's where it began, then you are in trouble because you are going to live your entire life being a victim. You are conditioned to be a victim. If your story started, or if your story starts in July, what happened in the first 6 months of 1966 can actually show you exactly what happened long before 66 and why what has happened since 66 has happened, right? So what happened, of course, we've talked about it. There was a coup in January. A lot of people were unalive. The Premier of the North, the Premier of the West, the Prime Minister, Federal Minister of Finance, Okotiebo, was killed. I didn't mention the other Premier, so I have to go all over again. Premier of the North, Samadu Bello. Premier of the West, Laduke Akintola, Chief Laduke Akintola, SLA. The Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, Minister of Finance, Okotiebo, and a lot of military officers. So in the West, you had people like Ademule Gumb, was a brigadier, and his wife, Latifa, who was 8 months pregnant, was killed by these clowns. You have that's Owategu killing Ralph Shode in day, right? Sorry guys, let me help this clown go, because if I don't, you'll be disturbing me. All right, I don't usually block people, I just mute you so you can listen with your ears and give your fingers a rest. Where was I? They killed all these people, right? When it comes to, I mean, with the Northerners, they killed Malaria, like Gema and Pam and Kerr Mohammed, and just unalived a lot of people, right? Particularly folks who were not Igbos. There was one Igbo man that was killed at Onegbe. Now, it said it was because he was the quartermaster general, but regardless, he was killed. But not one Igbo politician was killed in January, and a lot of officers were also killed. 4 in the north, 2 from the west. I'm going to have a session where we're going to discuss what happened from the perspective of other people. Like I mentioned what Babafemi Ogundepe said the last time. I'll talk about what Colonel Adebayo, what he said, you know, after the whole thing. We'll talk about it some other day, maybe on Wednesday. Anyway, all of that led to Ironsi becoming head of state, which was, by the way, the design. It was planned that way. Originally, it was supposed to be Christine Badiwe, Ozuma Badiwe was supposed to be prime minister, and he tried. Right? It's just that the NPC did not agree because it was a member of NCNC. It should have been booked as a Tipcharima, but somehow, you know, they wanted it to be an Igbo man, so would have ended up with an Igbo president, Azikiwe, an Igbo Senate president, one for Rizu, an Igbo Prime Minister, Ozuma Badiwe, an Igbo GOC, Aguiyi. Therefore, we have an Igbo land essentially. So they didn't agree, and therefore they came up with the plan B, which was Ironsi. Ironsi takes over, begins to change the structure of Nigeria, abolishes the regional system, you know, came up with this idea that everybody has to be together based on the recommendation of one person, Francis Owokedi, who essentially submitted a report that was written by Igbo leaders in NCNC. And all of that was going on. Decree 24 came up. Decree 34 came up on May 24, 1966, right? All kinds of nonsense were just being promulgated, and nothing else had enough of it. They struck in May. It was May 29. It was terrible, and it should never happen again. That led to different things. Eventually led to what happened in July, because the Northerners were still suspecting that the Easterners said, well, there were rumors that they were going to finish what they started in January. In other words, they were going to kill more folks from the north. So they struck in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, and of course in Ikeja and in the north, right? They couldn't strike in Enugu because of the peculiarities and the person of Ogunewe. Anyway, while that was going on, this is a very fast introduction. While that was going on, the Northerners who planned that coup to revenge what happened in January actually planned to break out of Nigeria. And so they called the coup itself Araba, right? And they decided to appoint the most senior person in the whole military, in the north. The most senior military officer who was Northerner was Gowon. So they made him the head of state. And so between July 29 and August 1, we didn't have a head of state in Nigeria, just to be clear. But by August 1st, Gowon becomes head of state. Now, while that was going on, people were still being killed, particularly in the north. A lot of people from the east were moving back in droves to the east from the north, right? And all of this led to, there were massacres. And I've said this before, that while people were leaving the north, originally the target was soldiers, right? So about between 24 and 28 people thereabouts died in January, which was terrible. But by July, over 200 people were killed, about 280 or so. Many of them, of course, officers, were unalived. Now it was now getting to the civilians. People were rushing back to the east. As they were going back home, they went with the tales of their woes, right? People died, people suffered. When they got home, they told their people what had happened. What Igbo people did in the east, after hearing the news of what happened to their people who were coming back from the north, was to begin to kill Northerners in the east. This happened. They don't talk about it because there's only one victim is a lie. Northerners were killed in their hundreds in the east, right? They were killed in Onitsha, they were killed in Owerri, they were killed in Enugu, they were killed in Umuahia, they were killed in Port Harcourt, they were killed in Obolafo. The one that happened in Obolafo was actually witnessed by certain foreigners, right? And they took the news, through them, the news got to Radio Cotonou in Benin Republic. So it was announced that, listen, a lot of people died. We've had sessions on this before, by the way. We've read books. You find some of these accounts in the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. You also find it in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Green. So you also find it set in Biafra by Elechi Amadi, how Northerners were killed and put in trains. A lot of terrible things happen. How, for instance, a train that was carrying about 2,000 Northerners from the east to the north was stopped by Igbo soldiers, and all the males there, right, were killed and thrown into the Imo River. Right, a lot of terrible things happened. So when the news got to broadcast it on Radio Cotonou, in French, of course, folks in the north heard it, rebroadcast it in English language and in Hausa. The people heard what happened to their own people in the north. They now began to kill Igbos in the north. Which was, again, none of these things justifies anything. It's just to say that this is what happened. Began to kill a lot of Easterners. By October, the Eastern region published a document called Pogrom. The word pogrom came into the lexicon, in the Nigerian lexicon, not because anybody called it a pogrom, but because the Eastern region called it a pogrom. Was it a pogrom? I don't believe it was a pogrom. I think it was a massacre. It was terrible killings, but it was not a pogrom. If you go by the definition of pogroms, but that's just my opinion. Anyway, the Eastern region published a pamphlet called Pogrom, and in that pamphlet, at the time, by the way, Ojukwu was the head of state. Ojukwu was the governor of the region. said 7,000 people died. I've jumped some things actually. In September, I have to go back to August. In August 1st was when Yakubu Gowon became head of state, right? 2nd August was when he released Papa Awolowo from prison. And then the Gazette for the Pardon came out on August 12th of 1966, which is quite interesting considering that Ironsi was there for 6 months and he did not release Awolowo. But this man released him second day. By the way, let me digress a little. If you read on a darkling plane by Ken Saro-Wiwa, he reported that Ojukwu sent a telegram to Awolowo as soon as he was released, and he claimed that Awo's release from prison was the last act of Ironsi. That's what Ojukwu said in that telegram, right? That Awolowo being released from prison from Calabar was actually the last act by Ironsi. Fast forward to 2001. Ojukwu was interviewed by Boston newspaper. You see this report in the Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odiel Famon. Ojukwu said he was the one who released Awolowo from prison. Here's the truth. Neither what he said in 66 nor what he said in 2001 was the truth. He lied. Ironsi did not release Awolowo from prison. He had 6 months. Awolowo wrote him a letter in March of 1966. You find a letter in his book, My March Through Prison. And we should have a session on Papa very soon. Maybe even that prison episode. He wrote a letter to Ironsi. He published this letter in the book, and Ironsi did not do anything about it. Anyway, the point is, the idea that Ojukwu released out from prison is the nonsense that people bandy about. But even Ojukwu himself said he was Ironsi before he now came up later, about 40 years later, to say he was the one who did it, which is absolute nonsense, right? He didn't. He couldn't, by the way. He was not the head of state. He was just the governor of Iraq, Tag, whatever. Ad hoc conference, right? That thought leaders from different regions gathered, in Lagos in September. Rather than Ojukwu sending people to go for that conference, Ojukwu was bombing everywhere. Ojukwu bombed Ore Bridge, not in 67, September 1966. I'm trying not to read because that's not today's topic. I'm just giving you like an overview so you see where we're, so that by the time we get to Aburi, it will make sense. I don't like just, okay? Maybe it's my training, but I'm sure you don't mind. Anyway, September, Ojukwu was bombing Ore Bridge in present-day Ondo State, far away from whatever he called this. And there was no Biafra by then, by the way. Biafra was not going to be declared until May 30, 1967. This was September 1966. They were going to have the meeting at a place called Federal Palace Hotel, in Lagos. And what Ojukwu did was to send his guys there. And so what did Ojukwu do? He sent his guys to bomb the venue of that meeting, of the ad hoc conference in Lagos. So they bombed that place. It was an Igbo man who bombed it. And to make matters worse, he was planning to do it again. So he went home, put certain things together. It was while he was trying to do it again that he himself was bombed. So that's his additional blessing. So they've been bombing since then. So he got bombed into pieces while he was trying to do it again. Yeah, but there was a vehicle that was discovered in front, and I think I should read this part, by the way, because I didn't read anything I've said so far because we've had sessions here where we've discussed it. If you don't believe any of those things, please go to our YouTube channel. Read some of those documents. I'll just quickly read something. It was Agu. That's the name I'm trying to remember. Agu was the name of the person. Agu and Sons from Onitsha. They owned the tanker where they stored. That's actually, I don't have to read anymore. That's what I was trying to get. They loaded a tanker with explosives and they parked it somewhere. They repeated that same thing, of course, at Casino Hotel in Yaba. They did the same thing in Ikoyi, just unaliving people because they didn't like what was going on. I'll read something very quickly from Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by H.M. Kirk Green, if you would oblige me. Let me just read here. The decree number 34, a major constitutional and political step which contrary to traditional practice had not been widely discussed, announced a unitary system of government, the dissolution of political and tribal parties, and other measures. But the faithful words in the announcement were, this is what Rossi said, the regions are abolished. Before promulgating this decree, Major General Rossi did not even allow the Constitutional Committee, which he had appointed and which had begun to sit in regional centers, to complete its work. It just depended on one man's document, which was an Igbo man, I just said to read that one. By the way, all those people that say that Rossi did not abolish the regional system, please engage your brains. Please, I'm begging you in the name of God. He did. He literally said the regions are abolished. All right, but what I wanted to read actually had to do with what Ojukwu did in 66. Okay, let me just go back to some of the things I've discussed already. I read only this book on that matter. Okay.
On his assumption of office, General Gowon set in motion the machinery for finding a lasting solution.
On his assumption of office, Major General Gowon set in motion the machinery for finding a lasting solution to Nigeria's problems. He ordered the release of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who was leader of the opposition in the federal parliament until his imprisonment in 1963, Chief Anthony Nauro, and other political prisoners and detainees. B, an immediate return to the federal system of government. C, the summoning on 12 September 1966 an ad hoc conference on constitutional proposals comprising representatives of all the regions of the federation. This conference was preceded by consultative conferences in all areas in the regions. By the way, we're speaking here, this is Anthony Nauro speaking on 12th August 1968, and it was published in the book by H.M. Green, Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2. So he says the third one was the summoning on 12 September 1966 of an ad hoc conference on constitutional proposals comprising representatives of all the regions of the Federation. This conference was preceded by consultative conferences in all areas in the regions. At these consultative conferences, the issue of the creation of more states in the Federation was revived, and memoranda were submitted demanding that the basic cause of dissatisfaction, i.e. the imbalance in the federal structure, should be removed. Again, let me quickly say this. The call for state creation surfaced again in September of 66 before Ojukwu declared Biafra. But guess what? That was not the first time it was surfacing. 11 years prior, in 1955, folks in the eastern region, in the western region, and the northern region pushed hard. They've been pushing before them, by the way, but 55 was a very momentous occasion, so to speak. What happened was that there was going to be a constitutional conference in London, so they were pushing very hard. They wanted to have their own state. Midwest had been pushing since the 40s, got very serious in 52. COR was pushing in the 40s alongside the folks in southern Cameroon. They got their own place in 53. And I mean, they had the referendum in 53. Folks in COR were talking about having their own state in 55. By 57, there was a commission of inquiry that was set up by the British colonial government called the Willings Commission, and they had a report in 58. Why am I saying this? Because when you jump Nigeria's story from they killed people in 66, in 67, Gowon destroyed everywhere and created states. The idea of state wasn't even a Gowon idea. It started before Gowon even joined the army. Before independence, they've been talking about having their own states. And there's a paper by the man's name, I think it's Aburi. I'll read this. There was an interview granted where he talked about what he did in this ad hoc conference and how he pushed for the creation of River State back then. So just to say that state creation actually favored the minorities, although Igbos didn't want them to go. And I'm saying Igbo specifically. And I've said it before here, and I'll say it again. You see, in 1957, when the Willings Commission started sitting, there were three groups that wanted to break out of the existing regions: the Midwest, the Middle Belt, and the COR. Now, the North did not want the Middle Belt to go, right? The West was okay with the Midwest going as long as COR was also going to go. They didn't touch the Middle Belt because they had an agreement with the North at the time, which didn't even pay us eventually. But that was the agreement at the time. Excuse me. The East, by the way, this happened in London in 55 before the 57 showdown. The East, led by Zeke and his party at the time, what is COR? COR is Calabar, Ogoja, Rivers provinces. So COR will be present the Akwa Ibom, Cross River State, River State, and most of Bayelsa State. I said most because a part, not very big, a small part of Bayelsa used to be part of Western region back in the day. Okay, so by 55, let's start with 55. 55, when they're discussing creation of states, the North didn't want the Middle Belt to go. The West did not mind the Midwest going as long as the COR would also be leaving the Eastern region, because the Western region was the smallest of the three at the time. But the East did not want the COR to go. They didn't want the Eastern minorities to go. And they didn't talk about the North, but they said that the Western region should be broken into 4. Tells you how diabolical people can be. Now, but I won't go into all of those things that Ezekiel did in 55. Now, 57, 58, they had the Commission of Inquiry. The North didn't say much. The East, of course, was still against it. The Western region was the only region that made a case for another region to go out of it, to be excised out of it. There were three groups of people that made a case for Midwest in 1957-58. The Midwest themselves, the Western region, and Action Group. Everything I just said right now, you'll find in a document called Willings Commission Report of 1958. Why did I say that? Because by the time you had the ad hoc conference in 1966 September, the folks in the folks in COR, right, they now began to speak again about creation of state. This had nothing to do with Biafra. There was nothing called Biafra. Again, the idea of their own state had been there before Ojukwu even joined the army. So it wasn't about Ojukwu or about, they just wanted to be able to, it's self-determination. They wanted to be able to govern their own space. Just like the Eastern region the Midwest got what they got in 63, they also wanted to get their own state. So let's continue reading now. At the consultative conference, the issue at these consultative conferences, the issue of the creation of more states in the Federation was revived, and memoranda were submitted demanding that the basic cause of dissatisfaction, i.e. the imbalance in the federal structure, should be removed. Major General Gowon also announced that the country would return to civilian rule as soon as it could be arranged. The Constitutional Conference already referred to was preceded by terrorist bomb outrages in Lagos and at the Ore Bridge on the trunk road from Lagos to the east. When was this? September 1966. Ojukwu already bombing places in Lagos and Ore in September. This was not Olekwija Ore of August of 67 that Biafra was trying to invade. No, this was just being a nuisance.
The Constitutional Conference already referred to was preceded by terrorist bomb outrages in Lagos.
The Constitutional Conference already referred to was preceded by terrorist bomb outrages in Lagos and at the Ore Bridge on the trunk road from Lagos to the east, organized by Ojukwu's administration. Plans for large-scale sabotage in several parts of the country were uncovered. Some senior Igbo officials under the direction of Ojukwu's government were actually arrested in the process of blowing up the railway and road bridges in Kaduna, the Kaduna Stadium, waterworks, post offices, and powerhouses. Quantities of explosives were discovered and impounded by police in Kaduna, Kano, and Jos. In the midst of all this, Mr. Ojukwu continued recklessly to inflame passions. His radio was preaching hate, defiance, and revenge, and all Igbos were being publicly called back to the east because, as he alleged, they were not safe elsewhere in the country. By the way, he was also sending people out of the east. And he did that particularly because he was trying to create space for the people that were returning. It wasn't very smart because people that were returning were more than people that were leaving. Let's continue. His radio, that's Radio Biafra. Please, if you're on TikTok, power tab, this is showing activity. I have to pause for a bit.
If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Let's like this live. What year was this? 1966?
If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Let's like this live. What year was this? 1966. This was before Aburi. Let's continue. His radio was preaching. In the midst of all this, Mr. Ojukwu continued recklessly to inflame passions. His radio was preaching hate, defiance, and revenge. And all Igbos were being publicly called back to the east because, as he alleged, they were not safe elsewhere in the country. A few heeded the official call, but most were pressured by threatening telegrams in the east to return home. Towards the end of September 1966, the Constitutional Conference, which Major General Gowon had set up, had made good progress, justifying his hopes for an early return to civilian rule. Unfortunately, the work of the committee was rudely interrupted by the outbreak of disturbances late in September 1966. At this time, Nigerians of northern origin living in the former eastern region were attacked by Igbos. Many of them were killed, others maimed and injured. This was between 20th September and 28th September 1966. The attacks on northerners took place in Port Harcourt, Abakaliki, Oji River, and Onitsha. By the way, if you read the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo, you have more details of the attacks and some other parts of this book as well, what really happened, but it's not to this topic. But a lot of Northerners were killed, and just explains why what happened in September happened. News of these attacks were first broadcast over Radio Cotonou in Dahomey and other foreign radio stations, and subsequently over Radio Kaduna. Northerners in Igbo land fled back to the north. Many of those who tried to escape were collected, massacred, and dumped into Imo River by Igbo assailants. The Northerners retaliated by attacking Igbos living in the north. The riots of 29 September and the resulting death toll might have been avoided if Ojukwu and his group had recognized 29th July 1966 as the antithesis of 15th January. In other words, what happened in 29th July was a retribution for what happened in 15th January. In other words, you killed people. 15th January was an Igbo coup, through and through. 29th July was a northern coup, through and through. Here's the funny thing in Nigeria. I've never seen a northerner cry about the fact that 29th July coup was a northern coup. It's only the ones in January that always throwing tantrums. It was an Igbo coup. Okay? So, Anthony Naro is saying here that all that happened on September would have been avoided if Ojukwu and his group had recognized that 29th July 1966 was the antithesis of 15th January and genuinely sought a basis for saving the country. On the contrary, they were full of threats and revenge, and rumors set several dates for it. A bomb incident in Lagos in mid-September 1966, in which an Igbo official tried to blow up public buildings, designed to prevent the meeting of the Constitutional Conference called by General Gowon, confirmed such fears. Such an explosive atmosphere could only produce further tragedy. It has since become clear that Ojukwu deliberately provoked this tragic chain of events in order to justify his plot to pull the former Eastern region out of Nigeria. All right. So all this was going on. I'm trying to see. I want to jump to another book. So Monwa Launchpad. So he went on to talk about the meetings. He also mentioned what Papa did, and I think I should read that because posterity will judge Papa kindly. He's even judging him kindly. Thank God. Let me read this to you. Not everything. Time to law. Okay, let's go to this one. The expulsion. So a lot of things happened between. You know what? Let me read it. I beg. We need to have an idea of what happened, so I see what happened before Aburi. Aburi did not just happen in a vacuum. This description of the sequence of events is that again. This description of the sequence of events is not an attempt to excuse the death toll of Igbos in the north or northerners in Igbo land during the tragic riots at the end of September. The federal government and the then northern regional government publicly condemned the killings and acted decisively to stop them, while Ojukwu offered no regrets. In other words, even way back in '66, the federal government was saying sorry about what happened in the east. The northern regional government was saying sorry about what happened in the north. Ojukwu did not tell anybody sorry for what happened to others in his region because they are victims. Let's continue. I mean, they were victims, to be clear, but they were not the only victims. They were also aggressors. So it says here, this description of the sequence of events is not an attempt to excuse the death toll of Igbos in the north or northerners in Igbo land during the tragic riots at the end of September. The federal government and the then northern regional government publicly condemned the killings and acted decisively to stop them, while Ojukwu offered no regrets. Please power tap on TikTok. Indeed, in his impromptu address to the Constitutional Conference on 3rd October '66, General Gowon said, "Gentlemen, I will tell you this. Certainly there has been a damage. I think that is what we never seem to admit when there is something like that. There is a damage and I am very, very sorry about it. I regret it and I am doing everything I can. As I said, for God's sake, don't lose hope. If we are alive and if we are determined, we can get this country." I'll say that again, excuse me. If we are alive and if we are determined, we can get this country back to its proper shape. I am determined to do that, even if it means my life. I give you my word for it. To our Eastern friends, for God's sake, please don't lose hope. Let us try and see what we can do to mend what has happened. Give me a chance, and I am quite convinced I will be able to do something very shortly. When was this? 3rd October 1966. It is regrettable that the rebel regime has viciously exploited this tragedy in their propaganda while conveniently ignoring killings of other Nigerians in Igbo land. From the tragic events of 1966, all sections of Nigeria have learned their lessons. There is no reason why the pattern should be repeated, given the will to overcome them. Nigerians must forgive one another, even if all sections of the country which suffered in one way or another from these events cannot forget. It is necessary to stage, I'll tell that again, it is necessary at this stage to recall the long history of efforts at conciliation from October 1966 to May 1967. The decision of the federal military government, even when there was no military capacity in the East, to refrain from action against illegal actions and defiance of federal government by Mr. Ojukwu illustrates clearly the conciliatory approach of the federal military government. In spite of the following outrageous acts directed by Mr. Ojukwu, the federal government continued its efforts to persuade the East to reason and cooperate. The seizure within the region of more than 1/3 of the rolling stock of the Nigerian Railway, including 800 wagons and 115 oil tankers, this is what Ojukwu was doing. This was before Aburi. Apart from the fact that he bombed Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos, he bombed Ore. All of this in '66. This was before Aburi. The denial of port facilities to export from northern region, persistent obstruction of the movements to the north of oil products from the refinery owned by all the governments in Nigeria, including that of the northern region, the seizure of property belonging to a foreign government, the neighboring Republic of Chad, the seizure of large bond traffic on the international waterway of the River Niger bound for the friendly republics of Niger and Cameroon, the expulsion since October '66 of all non-Easterners from the East. If you want to know exactly how this thing played out, please read Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. You will see how interesting that took place. All these outrageous acts were overlooked by the federal government in the belief that time was needed for Mr. Ojukwu and his group to come around to discuss how best to restore the country to normal conditions. Again, after the Aburi conference held in Ghana in January '67, a decree number 8 was introduced which completely decentralized the country even beyond the original demands of Mr. Ojukwu and beyond the provisions of the Nigerian Federal Constitution. the decree was unacceptable to Ojukwu because it contained a clause which provided against secession. Now we are going to get into what happened in 67 January. We're coming back to this book. Let's go to when I get there, I'll let you know which one. Let's go to Johnny in Service by IBB. The country was locked in a national stalemate until Lieutenant General Joseph Arthur Ankara, who had become Ghana's head of state after the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah, stepped in by suggesting a neutral and safe venue for an actual reconciliation conference between Ojukwu and the federal government. In other words, there's another book I should have read, but I'm not going to read it now. Go On, the biography of a soldier statesman, talked about all the meetings they were having, and Ojukwu just decided not to attend. There was the ad hoc conference that I mentioned in September, where his people went to bomb Palace Hotel. There were other meetings for the regional governors. He was just not attending. They were even moving meetings because of him. He still would not go. It has something to do with something else. We'll talk about that later. But let's continue here. So, Ghana's head of state and general stepped in and suggested a neutral and safe venue for an actual reconciliation conference between Ojukwu and the federal government. So we are in Aburi now. All of that was introduction. This is the topic. That intervention, seen as the last chance to prevent an all-out war, led to the famous peace conference in the southern regional town of Ghana, Aburi, between January 4 and 5, 1967. That conference between the Eastern Nigerian delegation led by Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu and the federal delegation led by Lieutenant Colonel Gowon resulted in the famous Aburi Accord. Okay. I want to read what happened in that accord. Now that we're done with our introduction. I hope you enjoyed the introduction. A way to study history rather than just pick something and be shouting it's good, it's bad, it's good, it's bad. Kilo shele, kiento shele, kilo binko to shele. What happened before the actual event so that you understand stuff beyond headlines. Alright, what's that book called? N.U. Akpan, The Struggle for Secession. I want to read this book because N.U. Akpan was not on the Nigerian side, was on the Biafran side. So I want to look at things from his perspective, and then we'll move to another perspective later. With the failure of the ad hoc constitutional conference, I'm reading The Struggle for Secession by N.U. Akpan. N.U. Akpan was the secretary to the government of the Eastern region, and he worked with Ojukwu. With the failure of the ad hoc constitutional conference and its eventual indefinite suspension, the prospects of peace and unity for Nigeria seriously deteriorated. Many people, both in Nigeria and abroad, were alarmed by the increasing possibility that the East might secede from the rest of the Federation. It was this alarm and fear which brought the British High Commissioner in Nigeria, Sir Francis Cumming Bruce, and the American Ambassador to Nigeria, Mr. Herbert Matthews, all the way from Lagos to Enugu. Excuse me. All right. Lagos, thank you very much, Heshe. All right. Where were we? Yeah, so British High Commission, American Ambassador to Nigeria, they went all the way from Lagos to Enugu to persuade the military governor to work for a peaceful solution and the unity of Nigeria. They also issued a mild warning in diplomatic fashion against secession. This was in 1966. The military governor gave them be assurance that the East had no intention whatsoever of seceding, unless forced to do so. But these experienced diplomats appeared to see deeper than the governor realized. For after the meeting, the British High Commissioner, on behalf of himself and the American ambassador, wrote the governor an account of what they had understood from him and what they had said to him, and reminded him at the same time of his undertaking to publish the exchanges. Some of the things that they discussed then with the American guys, with the American ambassador and the British High Commissioner, we're going to read later today. We should be able to read it before we go today. Let's continue. As a gesture of goodwill, to show the East that the rest of the Federation cared about and regretted the atrocities directed against Easterners in a section of the country, a delegation of Western Nigeria Obas and chiefs visited Enugu, as did a delegation of top federal civil servants trying to find out what exactly the East wanted in order to cooperate for unity and peace in the country. This was before Aburi. Why are they coming? Because he refused to attend all the meetings they were having. Okay? For instance, there was a meeting that was supposed to hold on August 9th. It did not go. There's another one that was supposed to hold in November. But let me read that one. All subsequent persuasions, promises, and overtures failed to make the East change its mind. The conference again adjourned until November 17th. On November 16th, when it was absolutely clear that efforts to make the East participate would never succeed unless the conditions were accepted, and with the federal government unwilling to concede to the conditions, the head of state adjourned the conference indefinitely. So they were having several meetings. The other conference, everybody was supposed to send their representatives. Ojukwu did not send. The only representative Ojukwu sent to Lagos were the ones who came to bomb Federal Palace Hotel. So while it was just being recalcitrant, essentially, just being a baby, what the government did was to keep sending emissaries. They sent Yoruba people, they sent your kings to talk to this guy. At this time, Ojukwu was barely 34, 33, 34, was very young. Kings went to talk to him. High commissioners, ambassadors, he must have just thought that it was all that. Welcome, Sulu 28. Good to see you. Ẹkáàbọ. So they went there to know exactly what the East wanted in order to cooperate for unity and peace in the country. Please don't stop our tapping on TikTok. Let's get this 100 and then we scale. Thank you. As a follow-up to the visit by the top British and American diplomats already mentioned, the American consul and the British Deputy High Commissioner in Enugu, Messrs. Robert Bernard and Jim Parker, respectively, paid many visits to the State House, carrying messages from their principals to the governor. Nor were diplomats from other countries idle. They came to Enugu in turn with messages and pleas for the unity and peace of Nigeria. In November 1966, seeing the dangerous trends in the East, I contacted my counterparts among the secretaries of the military government in the North, West, Midwest, and Lagos, urging that we owed a duty to the country not to sit idle while it was thus burning. The first person I spoke to was Alhaji Ali Akilu of the North, and I was encouraged by his ready acceptance that we should meet. The secretaries of the military government met in Benin. Such was the importance I attached to the meeting that I had to leave the dead body of my own sister in Enugu in order to attend. At the meeting, I was able to tell them as forcefully as I could of my fears and apprehensions. Later, the head of state in his usual generous way thanked me when we met in Aburi for my small efforts to bring about peace and understanding. We all agreed that's Ojukwu, that's Gowon. When he said the head of state thanked him in Aburi, that was Gowon appreciating what he did in November. We all agreed that the situation was extremely serious and urgent. We therefore decided to do all in our power to bring about a meeting of the military governors. Immediately following our meeting was that of the advisors to the respective military governors. They too agreed to the urgent need for the military leaders to meet, and accordingly pledged their immense influence to bring about such a meeting in order to save the country. and they issued a public appeal to this effect. Lastly came the personal efforts of Mr. Malcolm MacDonald, that well-known veteran of British diplomacy. He visited the East more than once, commuting between Lagos and Enugu. He spoke to the governor both in Enugu and at Onitsha. His efforts ultimately put the seal to all discussions and secret moves to bring about a meeting of Nigerian military leaders outside the country. Thus, it was a combination of many efforts involving how they were the people that Graham Douglas referred to as the Nnewi clique. They were the people just continue, like pushing. Let's continue. It does not appear that the governors, after pause please, if you're on YouTube, please don't stop typing. Sorry, don't stop typing. Tap on your screen on YouTube, please, as well. Like and share, YouTube, Facebook. If you're on Twitter, please like and repost. Folks on TikTok, we've got to power tap. Thank you. Thank you for your support. But don't stop, please. Thank you. Where were we? It does not appear, I'm still reading N.U. Akwan's book, The Struggle for Secession. It does not appear that the governor's personal advisors had much of a say while the discussions for the meeting were going on between the governor and different intermediaries. They no doubt knew about them, but probably did not believe that anything concrete would be achieved. I say this because immediately the final arrangements were concluded, they raised the usual alarm about the governor's personal safety in Ghana. His Nigerian enemies could quite easily arrange to kill or kidnap him there, they pointed out, mentioning the presence of many Hausas in Ghana, and Hausas, of course, were resolute enemies, quote-unquote, of Easterners and their leaders. In other words, when Ojukwu was about to go, he's in a weak clique, we're like, they're going to kill him. They hate Igbos. This hate nonsense you hear these days, they've been saying it for a long time. Let's continue. His Nigerian enemies could quite easily arrange to kill or kidnap him there, they pointed out, mentioning the presence of many Hausas in Ghana, and Hausas, of course, were resolute, quote-unquote, enemies of Easterners and their leaders. Fortunately, the personal advisors were a little late on this occasion. The governor had already given his word to Mr. Malcolm MacDonald and through him to General Ankara that he would attend the meeting. General Ankara had not only guaranteed the governor's personal safety and that of his aides, but had undertaken to send a Ghanaian Air Force plane to collect him from Enugu and take him back afterwards. All the same, to make doubly sure, security men from Enugu were sent to Ghana to check on the security arrangements before the governor would go. We arrived on schedule at Ghana Airport and found security arrangements almost too rigid. The Eastern Nigerian delegation were received at a different time and maybe even a different place from the other delegations. We arrived nearly an hour ahead of the other delegations, which arrived in the Nigerian Airways Fokker Friendship. After thorough searches of our persons and luggage, we were taken in helicopters and cars to Aburi, once more arriving before the other delegations. The delegations from Lagos arrived wreathed in smiles and full of expectancy. A number of them, among them the head of state and the military governor of the West, were particularly exuberant and warm, calling our governor by his first name and even offering to embrace him. But our governor was serious, unsmiling and cold, refusing in fact to accept any embrace. Eventually, we all took our seats. Recording instruments had been installed. General Ankara opened the meeting with advice and prayers that the discussions and deliberations be approached with a deep sense of fraternity, understanding, and give and take. He was not going to chair the meeting and would not even participate in the discussions in order not to detract from Nigeria's sovereignty, but would be on hand Say that again. He was not going to chair the meeting, and would not even participate in the discussions in order not to detract from Nigeria's sovereignty, but would be on hand with some members of his National Liberation Council in case their help and assistance were needed for anything. He had made available competent secretarial service for the meeting. The meeting started without any officially accepted chairman, but it was obvious that Colonel Gowon, as it then was, took precedence. But our governor, however, would not allow this to be taken too far. For at the end of General Ankra's introductory remarks, both Colonel Ojukwu and Colonel Gowon replied in turn. I think it was Colonel Gowon who spoke first. Before the discussions began, Colonel Ojukwu said there was something preliminary but vital which he would like done before anything else. All agreed that he should say what it was. In measured tones and with dramatic sincerity, he proposed that as a means of inspiring confidence, they should all do two things. A, reaffirm their faith in discussions and negotiations as the only peaceful means of resolving the Nigerian crisis. And B, renounce the use of force as the means of settling the present crisis in Nigeria and hold ourselves in honor bound by the declaration. It appeared quite innocuous, and the meeting saw no objection to the proposal, which we at once accepted without argument. I shall The discussions proceeded, and our governor was clearly the staff performer. I'll say that again, and it's the truth. The discussions proceeded, and our governor was clearly the star performer. Everyone wanted to please and concede to him. Although on a few occasions, Colonel Hassan, the military governor of the North, and Major Mobolaji Johnson, the administrator of the Lagos territory, threw in some harsh and contrary views. But on the whole, the meeting went on in a most friendly and cordial atmosphere, which made us, the non-military observers, develop a genuine respect and admiration for the military men and their sense of comradeship. 1 second.
Yes.
There's a book I want to read. Just give me a second. On the meeting. Because once I get into the next thing, we'll be going into what happened after Aburi. I want to read some of the things that happened in Aburi. Just give me a second, please. Thank you very much for staying tuned. I want to read something to you from. All right, thank you very much for staying tuned. I want to read something to you from Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman by J. Samuel Lago. Number 67. Number, trying to find you that page. So I read this book a long time ago. To mark I don't fade though. But I think this is where we're going. Because it's at the conference. Oh great. We're here. took us a while, but we're finally here. So we're here. So I'm going to be reading Go On, the Biography of a Soldier Statesman by J. Sawa Elago. So I'm going to read some of the things that also confirm the things that we saw in the book by N.U. Akpan. At Aburi, the military leaders agreed to renounce the use of force as a means of settling Nigeria's crisis. That's one. Number two, reaffirmed their belief in discussions and negotiations as the only peaceful way of resolving the country's crisis. And three, agreed to exchange information on quantities of arms and ammunition of army units in each region. They also agreed that, number one, the army was to be governed by the Supreme Military Council, the chairman of which should also be the head of the federal military government and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Number two, a military headquarters in which each region was to be represented was to be set up under a chief of staff. Number three, in fact, let me take it slowly because we're going to come back to this. So let's take it slowly. So we know the things that Ojukwu first said they should do, and these are the things they agreed to. Number one, the army was to be governed by the Supreme Military Council, the chairman of which should also be the head of the federal military government and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Number two, a military headquarters in which each region was to be represented was to be set up under a chief of staff. Number three, in each region was to be an area command under an area commander. Number four, the SMC was to deal with all matters of appointment and promotions of people in executive posts in the armed forces and the police. And number five, military governors for the duration of the military government were to have control over area commands in their regions for purposes of internal security. With regard to appointments in public service, all appointments into one, diplomatic and consular posts, two, senior posts in the armed forces and the police, and three, super-scale federal civil service and federal corporation posts were to be made by the SMC. These and other executive and legislative decisions affecting the whole country must be determined by the SMC, and in the absence of a meeting, be referred to all the regional military governors for their concurrence and comments. By the way, let me explain. We need to appreciate Gowon. What they're saying here is that Gowon was not like Ironsi, who was called the Supreme Commander. They are saying that rather than have a Supreme Commander, we're going to have a Supreme Military Council. And the head of state may be the head, though, but he's not the one that will just say anything and all of us have to do it as a decree. We have to agree. And they are saying yes. I'll come back to some of these things later. So you see how Nigeria bent over backwards for Ojukwu. And the ridiculousness of Wisan or Aburi nonsense that they're always saying today. It makes absolutely no sense. But let's continue. So these are the things they agreed to in Aburi. Let's continue. These and other executive and legislative decisions affecting the whole country must be determined by the SMC. And in the absence of a meeting, be referred to all the regional military governors for their concurrence and comments. In the final communique, the military leaders agreed that future meetings were to be held in Nigeria in a location to be announced later. All of them expressed regret about the bloodshed in 1966 and vowed to prevent its recurrence. Who stole the show from his colleagues, overly enthusiastic about conciliating Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu, Lieutenant Colonel, I'll tell us slowly. Let me just start again. There was no doubt that Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu stole the show from his colleagues. Overly enthusiastic about conciliating Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon and the other military leaders on the federal side lost much ground to Ojukwu, consciously or unconsciously. It was no wonder then that Ojukwu asked the secretary, Mr. N.U. Akpan, the one whose book we just read, after the conference, quote, "Why were those people so jubilant? Do you think they have grasped the full implications of the decisions they have taken?" End of quote. They apparently did not. And it took top federal civil servants to point out that if every letter of the agreement were followed, it would mean Nigeria's disintegration. But Ojukwu did not keep his own side of the bargain on the Aburi arrangements. The military leaders were reported to have agreed among themselves that all civilian advisors, including federal permanent secretaries, were to be kept out of the Aburi meeting. But Ojukwu, contrary to the gentleman's agreement, I'll tell that again, but Ojukwu, contrary to the gentleman's agreement, took with him about 9 permanent secretaries and other senior official advisors to the meeting. Federal Permanent Secretary Mr. Edwin Ogbu, who had visited Accra on official business, had reported to Gowon that some permanent secretaries and advisors from the Eastern region had arrived at Accra a day or two before the conference. But Gowon refused to break his agreement with Ojukwu, in spite of advice that there was no point adhering to an agreement the terms of which the other party was not keeping. That was Gowon, straightforward and honest in his dealings. This was to be seen throughout his rule. It was a good quality in interpersonal relations which people exploited. Like a typical Shakespearean hero, his admirable qualities were paradoxically his basic weaknesses. We shall return to this later. Gowon was soon to find out, I'll tell that again, Gowon was soon to find that the more he conciliated Ojukwu, the more fastidious the latter became. What do you see here is that everybody agreed, by the way, that would make the head of state a dog that cannot bite. But he agreed. And he was doing all of these things to reconcile, to get Ojukwu to be on his side. I learned a lesson a long time ago. Never do that kind of thing. You say you're going to have a meeting, there will be no secretaries. Ojukwu is coming with 9. Say you're not having any meeting again. See, our leaders actually caused this trouble that we are facing in Nigeria. And let it not be like, no, let it be like that. You have to maintain standard. A person doesn't respect agreement, you drop it. And I think all this placating and pandering, and I'm saying this because election is coming next year. We learned from last election, by the way, so hopefully we're not going to repeat that mistake. All this pandering and, let it not be like we hate them. You don't hate anybody. Do you hate people? If you don't hate people, just do what you have to do. Do the right thing. If they say you hate them, that's their business. They should not have had this meeting, by the way. Ojukwu went with people that were not supposed to be there. Ojukwu was asking for things. They were just giving him everything because they were trying to please him. Don't try that pandering nonsense. It doesn't really make... Let me tell you something. No matter how much you pander, the person you're pandering to will still not appreciate it. Question. Did they appreciate what happened in Aburi today? No. This is the agreement. You don't agree or you do something against what we've agreed on, it's over. We have another agreement, and if you make any mistake, we'll stop again.
You know what they said, General Ankara said from
And by the way, you know what they said, General Ankara said from NU Akpan's book? That they took nothing, they gave all. That's not negotiation. That's not negotiation. Are you still with me? Let's go on. So I'm going to finish. Then we'll go back to NU Akpan. As events were later to show, the Aburi resolutions were indicative of the military's ineptness in the politics of compromise and tolerance, which had been typical of Nigeria's political system. Not only did Aburi expose the military's inability to resolve knotty political problems, it showed the military as politically immature as it questioned its claim to statesmanship. In view of their new roles, later events justified the above evaluation of Aburi. The Aburi resolutions were interpreted in various forms. To Ojukwu, it meant extreme decentralization, which should give the Eastern region full control over its affairs, a quasi-sovereign state, sharing some essential services with other units in the Federation. Though Ojukwu thought he had outsmarted Gowon at Aburi, he was reportedly surprised when he, on his arrival at Enugu Airport, one of his advisors said, "But you have not brought us full independence or sovereignty." Centrifugal pulls in the Eastern region increased, and Ojukwu was certainly under pressure from his advisors to pull out of the Federation. In no time, he accused the federal government of unwillingness to implement the Aburi resolutions. On the other hand, Gowon saw the Aburi resolutions differently. In his address to the diplomatic corps on 1st March 1967, he said, "We agreed to return to the constitutional position from January 17, 1966. Thus, any powers which were taken away from the regions after January 17 were restored to them." In this context, we agreed that the Supreme Military Council should be given powers to deal with all matters of national importance affecting the whole country. I emphasize that it was never the intention that any military governor should have the power to veto decisions taken by the Supreme Military Council. This, as a matter of fact, is one of the major points of disagreement which has held up the draft decree on the Constitution. What is it saying here? So, we're going to be going back and forth, okay? Back and forth. So we read some things that will go to Enyakwan, but let me quickly explain what he said here. See, what Gowon is saying is that we're going to go back to what the government was like in January, but unlike in Rossi, I'm not going to be the Supreme Commander. We are all going to decide together as military heads. So the head of state and the military governor. So you had, at the time, there were 4 military governors, right? There were 3, but there was 1 in Lagos, right? But there were 3. There were 4 actually, and then 1 in Lagos, making 5, and then the head of state. So you would have the 4 regional governors would be the one in the north, Asan Katsina, the west, the east, and then Midwest. So the idea basically was that whatever decision had to be made for the country, it would not just be somebody sitting down as Supreme Commander like Ironsi and declaring stuff. So what he thought, or what he interpreted the old conversation as, is the fact that we're going to go back to what we were before, but it's not like we're going to have one region deciding what they want to do and say they have autonomy, which makes absolutely no sense, to be clear, because there's no way you're running a military government, and you have autonomy. Have you ever heard of it? Please, we read, but we have not read everything in this world. Please, if you know any example, please let me know. I would like to study that example, where you have a military government, but the constituent units have autonomy and they can break out and do whatever they want to do at any point in time. Why is the military? Where's the hierarchy? Where is the chain of command coming from? If you have a high authority, why would everything begin and end in the region? So Ojukwu was telling everybody that they had gotten out of it, but the elders, his caucus in the east, were like, "But you not get us." Let me read what he said in this book. He said, "But you have not brought us full independence or sovereignty." Now let's go back to Enyakwan's book, because that statement is also in Enyakwan's book, The Struggle for Secession. It had been one of the understandings of the Aburi meeting that the first statement on the meeting and its decisions should come from Lagos, that is, from the head of state, even though the governor of the East still said he would not recognize Colonel Gowon as such until he had been formally so appointed, and had undertaken to propose that at the next meeting of the Supreme Military Council in Nigeria, a carefully drafted communique had been issued in Ghana, and the governor expected to receive praise and commendations from his mentors at home. Unfortunately, this it was not to have, for on arrival at Enugu Airport, all he heard from his arch advisor was, "Thank God you have come back alive. That is all that matters." I was close by and immediately asked if he had not heard all the governor had achieved at Aburi. A direct telephone or wireless link had been installed between Enugu and Ghana, and the governor had been informing them of what was happening at the conference. "But you have not brought us full independence or sovereignty," was the reply I received. In other words, even when they were going for Aburi in January 4 and 5, 1967, what Ojukwu's advisors wanted was a separate nation. That had nothing to do with restructuring Nigeria or the Aburi. That's not what they wanted. They wanted to break the nation apart even back then. The governor was surprised and peeved. He drove home to the State House accompanied by those who had come to receive him at the airport. There he briefed them fully on the decisions taken, after which he was probably advised to inform the public contrary to the understanding reached in Aburi, namely that the first statement on the outcome of Aburi should come from Lagos. Thus, soon after our arrival back home, the governor called a press conference because it has come, quote unquote, to his notice, because it has come to my notice that the public is anxious to have more details of decisions taken. And his hurry to make the statement was caused by the misgivings which I understand are prevalent in the region as a result. He went on, I recall, that just before my departure, when the public did not even know that our meeting was so close, students and other groups of individuals issued resolutions advising me against attending any meetings with my counterparts. The governor then analyzed the implications of the Aburi decision, stressing that the regions would henceforth pull further apart than before. The army had been regionalized and so on and so forth. This alerted and annoyed Lagos. Lagos was the capital at the time. This alerted and annoyed Lagos and all the other participants at the conference. They awoke to the fact that they might have been hoodwinked, and were annoyed that the understanding that the first statement should emanate from Lagos should have been disregarded by Colonel Ojukwu without even the courtesy of prior information to the rest. What are they saying here? Home, the person that will tell the world what they decided would be the head of state. Ojukwu went to talk his nonsense, and what he said was different from what they agreed. He said they'll be putting further apart. There was much wrangling between Colonel Gowon and Colonel Ojukwu over the phone on the matter. The harm had been done. The cat was out of the bag. The confidence engendered at Aburi was. A group of top federal civil servants met to scrutinize the decisions and arrived at firm recommendations for their rejection. The storm began to gather, turbulent and fast. I'm back to Gowon's book now. Gowon accused Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu of having interpreted his gesture of unity and good faith as meaning that all current senior appointments and posting be made by the Supreme Military Council. Such a decision, Gowon explained, could only lead to administrative chaos. He said that the thinking here was in respect to posts such as permanent secretaries and principal representatives abroad. Ojukwu denied having suggested cancelling the appointment of existing civil servants. The problems of interpretation notwithstanding, Gowon was bent on fulfilling the terms of the Aburi agreement with minor modifications. Ojukwu had made so much political capital out of the Aburi decisions that Gowon felt that he was honor-bound to implement them. Slogans of "On Aburi we stand" filled the air and pages of newspapers. In fact, Ojukwu even threatened in February 1967 that he would act unilaterally if the Aburi agreements were not implemented by March 31, 1967. Gramophone records of the proceedings of the Aburi meeting were pressed and sold freely. Similarly, the radio station in Enugu serialized tapes of such proceedings. Driven to the wall, Gowon ordered the publication of the proceedings in the national dailies. In other words, everything they discussed in that meeting, Ojukwu put it on radio and they were saying it's on cassettes or gramophone records. So Gowon had to eventually release it in the dailies. That's why when you hear people say things like nobody knows what Aburi Accord looked like, it's a lie. Everybody that lived around that time, they knew. And thankfully, they also wrote it in these books. When the draft for the decree, let's not go to the draft yet. We'll come back to this. So it gives us an idea how Ojukwu was moving after the return. He was shouting on Aburi we stand, but he was doing things contrary to the spirit of Aburi. Then he said he had a different understanding of Aburi. Let's go back to Enyuakwan. With his usual calculating and anticipatory mind, Colonel Ojukwu knew that once the true implications of the Aburi decisions were appreciated in Lagos, his colleagues at the conference might consider themselves duped, and so either stall on implementing the proposals, as happened in the case of the decision made on August 9, 1966, about the posting of troops, or even repudiate the decisions, as indeed was virtually to happen in this case. Somebody wrote on TikTok, Ojukwu pirated Aburi Accord. God forgive you. Hey, yeah. Akadal said Jesus did not succumb or subscribe to pandering. John 2:24 and 25. Well done, Pastor. Let me just catch my breath. Thank you for tapping on TikTok. Please don't stop. If you're on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Thank you very much. Our people are free. But why do they always have to do this thing? Can they not just deal with it? Because, I mean, people can look at their watch and know what time it is. It's more cultural now because it doesn't even make sense anymore. Call to prayer at the time, there were no wristwatches, so you had to talk, everybody will hear, but this is just noise pollution, to be honest, and everybody does it and it's wrong. But anyway, let's get back to this. Ojukwu accordingly wanted to ensure that the others did not have time to have second thoughts on decisions, and his strategy was to set deadlines for the implementation of those aspects of the agreements, which meant most to him and his ultimate aims. Thus, he persuaded the meeting to agree that law officers of the Federation should meet on January 14th. That was about a week after the delegations returned to Nigeria, and list all the decrees and provisions of decrees which should be repealed to restore autonomy to the regions. This done, the actual decree implementing the decision about this should be promulgated not later than January 21st, 1967. Since he also needed money, he induced the meeting to agree that Finance permanent secretaries should meet within 2 weeks and submit recommendations for the allocation of funds for the rehabilitation of I'll take that again. Since he also needed money, he induced the meeting to agree that Finance permanent secretaries should meet within 2 weeks and submit recommendations for the allocation of funds for the task of rehabilitating displaced persons. A doubter says, I was surprised to not hear call to prayer in Dubai, which is an Islamic city. It's about the time tower. It was important then, it is not important now. Someone says call to prayer is part of solar. How come we don't do it in Dubai? The point is that you do it when everyone doesn't have the same wristwatch. Nobody has clocks. So you have to say, as a today, so everybody will go. It makes sense. It made sense. Today, with all the Rolexes on your wrist, why on earth do you need anybody to be announcing something on megaphone? It makes no sense. It's the same thing for churches that pray and put speaker outside. That nobody cares. If you want to publicize, publicize. If you're having the meeting, soundproof your place. We do a lot of nonsense in Nigeria, but we'll not do it when we're abroad though. They are saying call to prayer is part of solar. How come they don't shout like this all over the place in the West? Well, they are beginning to do it in the UK now, shout, because those ones they're allowing all kinds of nonsense in the name of pandering on here. It was important, it is no longer important. And I don't know if it's going to stop anybody from praying. I think our problem is that we don't know why we do what we do. Why do we have this call to prayer? So that we can hear and go. Okay. By the way, during Ramadan, people do call to prayer on radio and television. Why? Why didn't they just be putting it on loudspeaker all over Lagos? Because just to remind you, the purpose is the important thing, really, to be honest. This is not cool, but I can afford it. Let's continue. Although the law officers met as scheduled, the decree was not promulgated by January 21st, 1967. My mind is going back and forth with what you're writing in the comment section. But, I mean, I think they have even finished. So it's not for that's the only good thing I see about it, because unless when they have this, the money thing is the one that usually annoys me. That one they just make it was not necessary. If you say my Sundar come and work, but I mean they've ended now, so it's good. Let's continue with Ojukwu. Although the law officers met as scheduled, the decree was not promulgated by January 21st, 1967. In other words, they had a meeting January 4 and 5. They returned around 7 thereabouts. Ojukwu proposed to have a meeting on 14th, and he said he wanted a decree by 21st. In other words, everything must be done in 2 weeks. And first move says I should change location. I'm waiting for you to send that money, sincerely. I need that money. I need to change. Even when I've thought about it, I had to change location. Location is not bad, but some people just want to do what they want to do. So, but seriously, I want to change location. Oh yeah, now, and now, send the money. That's what I want to like. So yeah, now. But to be honest, on the barrier drop and back, so it's okay. What was I saying? Ojukwu gave them 2 weeks. Nothing says, guys, we have changed it. We are changing topic. Erobodo says, Prof, let me provide funds so you can move to Lekki. Oh yeah, now. Oh, I'll put up my account number later on today. You can provide the funds. It will be much appreciated. Nothing says the Salafiyas might not like this or comment on calling of Solato. You should just ignore them. No, it's not from a place of. You come and say fun wakati kan. Àwọn tó máa ń pariwo tó máa ṣe gbìgbìgbì fún wakati kan kọ́. It's just wrong. It doesn't mean that there's any hate or there's no issue like that. But we're good. We're good. We're all good people. We're living together in harmony. All right, let's get back to this. By the way, what is Salafiyas? Maybe one of these is a conversation. I saw one group. Guys, no, let's not change the topic. Let's go back to this, I beg. There's a lot of gist. Although the law officers met as scheduled, the decree was not promulgated by January 21st, 1967. In other words, Ojukwu was expecting that everything will be ready in 2 weeks. You have the Aburi Accord 4th and 5th. You go back to Nigeria around 7th. You had a meeting on the 14th, and you want a decree on the 21st, which was, wasn't realistic, essentially. But I think he did this in order to keep them on their toes, right? Before then, Colonel Ojukwu had been importuning the head of the military government to honor the deadline. But as we have seen, others were now having second thoughts. Why were they having second thoughts? Because as soon as they got back, Ojukwu did what they decided not to do before they left Aburi. In other words, the person that was supposed to read the agreement was actually go on. What are you writing in the comment section? It is well. All right. So you had essentially changed the agreement even before he got to Nigeria. He was doing what he wasn't supposed to do based on what they agreed to do. And so the people started wondering, like, okay, wait, though, why is it that he's Kanwaloju? Why is it getting us to do this according to his own timetable? Why is it, pushing us to do it as soon as possible? I was not supposed to even think about this. And by the way, Aburi Accord is not a law. It's not it was not a decree, right? And from the Nigerian side, they were still going to talk about some things. But in actual fact, I don't even blame Ojukwu for what happened in Aburi, because he was prepared. They were doing brother. We are all family members. Ojukwu did not have time for that, which is how you should treat people. The funny thing is that when you now treat Easterners like that, they'll begin to cry and say that you hate them. But that's actually how to do business. You just go straight. No laughing, no, just like Ojukwu, no crying, no laughing, no embracing, no, just business. Nigerian guys were doing kajo, good people, great nation. It makes no sense. Anyway, so before then, Colonel Ojukwu had been importuning the head of the military government to honor the deadline, but as we have seen, others were now having second thoughts. Later, a draft decree came from the federal government but was clearly out of tune with the Aburi recommendations. The East naturally could not accept it. Tension heightened. Arguments and even quarrels broke out and worsened when on January 15th, the federal government launched a vicious pamphlet in answer to several which had been published by the East. In other words, in 1 week, the Eastern region had published several pamphlets, released gramophone records of the conversation in Aburi. So after about a week, the federal government had to respond. There's a pattern you notice in Nigerian history, especially between the Nigerian federal government and the East. The East always starts with this propaganda thing. Nigeria responds. For Aburi, it happened. During the war, it happened. Right now, it is happening. Where the East pushed the Christian genocide narrative in the US, Nigeria now wants to respond, and you have some people that call themselves lovers of Nigeria, who we call emergency lovers of Nigeria, saying that Nigeria doesn't have to really respond. Why should we respond? We're just wasting money. In other words, allow one narrative in order to prove that you are one nation. It makes no sense. Anyway, it says here the federal government on January 15th launched a vicious pamphlet in answer to several which had been published by the East. The federal pamphlet was entitled Nigeria 66. Colonel Ojukwu claimed that in the true spirit of Aburi, Colonel Gowon had told him in advance about the publication, and he had persuaded Colonel Gowon to agree to suspend it. In other words, Ojukwu had released propaganda materials for a week. Gowon published stuff from the Nigerian perspective, and guess what Gowon did? He still informed Ojukwu before publishing it. Meanwhile, Ojukwu doing all this nonsense, he did not tell Gowon before he did anything. This is why they assume him to be weak. If you read this, if you go back to the book that we read earlier, there's a statement that they made there, and I think it's important for all of us to hear it. Especially for those of us who are very, good people, great nation. It says about Gowon. This is J. Sawelaigo. It says about Gowon. It says, Gowon was straightforward and honest in his dealings. This was to be seen throughout his rule. It was the good quality in interpersonal relations which people exploited. Like a typical Shakespearean hero, his admirable qualities were paradoxically his basic weaknesses. It's good to be, it's good to be kind, to be soft. But there's a difference between being soft and being weak. If you're soft to the wrong person, you will count it for weakness. It's a general rule of thumb. If you're soft with the wrong person, that person will count it like you are weak. That's why sometimes you are soft, sometimes you are tough, but you're consistent. But anytime anybody wants to take your softness for granted, you show them. And make sure we had to wait. Even when we were going to do something about him declaring Biafra, I would say, and Gowon was like, we're going to have a police action, just quickly, just we want in and out. We're going to be done with it. Until the war started. Imagine they had bundled Ojukwu house in 66. Forget Aburi. Imagine they had bundled him out around September. When they started bombing Lagos and bombing Ore, just take him out. Not kill. Bundle him out. Put him inside one prison. Did not imprison Victor Banjo? Did he kill Victor Banjo? Ojukwu was very tough. He was not very wise, but was very tough. Not very wise. I'm not saying he wasn't wise at all, but you can make up whatever it is. So what you see essentially is that you are trying to say, oh, well, one Nigeria is well. They think that you are stupid. That's why when they come here, sometimes I allow them to speak for a while. After a while, you see me go for them. It's not because I hate anybody. Or I don't take full for granted. I don't take, what's the word now? You get the point. There's a word I'm looking for. Just don't suffer me sin. I don't suffer fools gladly. And that's what Gowon should have done instead of being, jelenke. Let's continue. We're not going to finish this in today. We're going to continue on Wednesday, but we're going to get somewhere before we go today. few more minutes. So here he said Ojukwu was going to, Gowon was going to publish a pamphlet, and it was telling Ojukwu beforehand, even though Ojukwu has published several talking absolute nonsense, and he didn't tell Gowon beforehand. Someone says this would have averted the war. Yes. Yes. You've got to be tough. Not wicked. I think people don't know the difference, to be honest. We don't know the difference between being soft and being weak, or being tough and being wicked. You can be soft and strong and tough without being wicked. You can be weak and wicked. You can be soft and not be wicked. The weak people that are wicked are always the ones that are always acting like they don't know anything. They are just a bunch of dollars, but they want to prove something, so they're always wicked. We know them. I won't give examples right now, but you get the point. And again, hindsight is 2020, so I'm not trying to, drag General Gowon or anything. But here's the truth, and you will agree with me, that if the person that Ojukwu was dealing with were to be Murtala Muhammad, there would not have been a war. And that's why I say people should be grateful for Gowon. Not because of the war, but because of the way he handled things before and after the war. There would be no Aburi Accord. There will be no Aburi. After he called for that ad hoc conference in August and September, and Ojukwu began to send people to blow up a bridge and blow up Federal Palace Hotel. That month, September of '66, they would have taken Ojukwu out of Enugu, dumped him in one place, just to get him straight, if possible. Someone says that was why Kanu was doing the same, because no consequences for what Ojukwu did. Yeah, exactly. Now, Ojukwu returned to Nigeria with a hero's welcome. What did he suffer for what he did? Nothing. Nothing. When you are tough, again, it's not from being wicked though. Being wicked is what Ojukwu did. Ojukwu was wicked. Remember when we read Nebogram Douglas's book last week? When he was telling him about how people were dying, he said he didn't even flinch. So I'm not saying be wicked, I'm saying be tough. Once you do that, you set the precedent. You are saying this is how we run things here. But once you start saying, hey, let's just be good people, okay, they just take it for granted. Some people require slaps, koboko, with the love of Christ. Mr. Dungo says Gowon was a very honest and upright Christian. I say this in all humility. Yes, I agree, but I'm also a Christian. You know what Jesus said? Let me pause. Maybe this will explain why I do what I do sometimes. Jesus said that if they slap you on your right cheek, you should turn the left. Abi? He said that. Jesus also said, in another context, if you have no sword, go and sell what you have and go and buy a sword. Because in this period, we are fighting. There's a period where you are calm, where you will slap my right and I'll give you my left. There is that period, and that context exists. There's a context when you raise your hand, before it lands, it is off. That context is also biblical. I think people don't really understand Christianity. For instance, I see some people come here sometimes and say, but you're a Christian. Because I'm a Christian doesn't mean you come and misbehave like a fool and I'll just allow it to go. There are contexts to these things. Have I been slapped and I'll turn my left cheek? Yes. That's being Christianly. Would you raise your hand with a knife and I will deal with you? Yes. It's also Christianly. This Christianity that allows people to, think about it. If you run government based on if they slap you on your right, slap your left, you will lose your country. So a group of soldiers or whatever enemy country comes into your place, they bomb a particular part of your country. Say, I'll come and bomb this other side because we are going with turn the cheek. The person has lost the spirit of what Jesus was trying to say.
Why do we have chaplains in the army?
They bomb one side, you will bomb them back in the name of the Lord. Why do we have chaplains in the army? We have chaplains in the army. Why? We will bomb you in the name of the Lord. Jesus will be the one leading us to destroy your country. If not, you just have this Christianity where people just dump on you and say, are you not a Christian? And you know the crazy part? These clowns will do it and then tell you that, being a Christian, you should take it now. Ojukwu, if you read the book I mentioned earlier, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion, Ojukwu literally said that Gowon will do nothing because he's a Christian. It's in the book. He said Gowon will do nothing. He will not do anything. He will not retaliate because he's a Christian. He was banking on his Christianity. Because to some of them, Christianity means being weak, just being there. You know? What's that word though? What's that thing that MLK did? Civil disobedience. That's the highest that we do as Christians. Civil disobedience. We don't. Oh boy. Christianity in some cases will get you koboko. Jesus in the book of John, in chapter 2, Jesus took koboko and beat people out of the temple. He beat them. He did not speak the Holy Ghost. He did not pray for them. He didn't tell them he was well with them. He took koboko and beat them out of the temple. Context matters. That same Jesus said, when they were slapping Jesus, that same Jesus, they slapped him and he allowed it. In that context, that was what was supposed to happen. They beat him, they crucified him, he allowed it. Jesus. No, it is well with us. This Nigeria, it's just unity we need now. You know, Bible says we should be meek. You don't understand life. And that's what you see with all this Yoruba obedience, Yoruba bots. And you know, you have to be kind. Are we not Christians? Are you not normal? Are you not human? Are you not sensible? Do you not know what Jesus said? So yes, your Christianity sometimes requires you to slap people with the love of God. When that time comes, may you not turn your cheek in such instances. And when it's time for you to turn your cheek, may you not fight, because you have to know that's where discernment comes in, and maturity. May God give us wisdom and understanding. It is well with us. Let's go back to the book now. So yes, Gowon was just allowing things to slide because of, you know, let's just see how it goes. I mean, again, he was young. He was young. And yes, he was a Christian. And yes, he was genteel and gentle. He was a great man, right? But you see, one of the things about history is that we can also learn from the errors of our elders, not to discredit them, but to make sure we don't make the same mistakes they made. That way we grow. Okay? So, in case you have a nation like, why are you talking about him? That was a very terrible way of handling the situation. September, in case it happens in any king, September 66, you get Ojukwu out of Enugu. Take him to one place in Kirikiri. Straight. There will be no war. You restructure Nigeria. We will not be here in 2026. But again, hindsight is 2020. We can see all that because now we're looking at what they've done, right? But essentially, let's learn rather than just judge. Go on. Let's go on. On February 17th to 18th, secretaries to the military government, accompanied by legal and financial advisors, met in Benin to advise on how the Aburi decisions should be implemented. There had up till now been pressures on the federal government by those who read the writing on the wall to do something about carrying out the Aburi decisions in order to keep the country together. At that meeting, I impressed upon my colleagues the need to implement the decisions in order to enhance the image and good name of the country. No matter what personal reservations one might have about the actual decisions, the fact remained that there were agreements freely entered into by those in whose hands lay the destiny of the country. I criticize my colleagues in the federal government for trying to change policy decisions duly taken by the highest authority in the land, the Supreme Military Council. As civil servants, our duty was to carry out the decisions of government, although we had also the right, indeed the duty, to analyze and spotlight the effects of such decisions. The outcome of that meeting was Decree number 8. Which, in my view, faithfully implemented the Aburi decisions. Who is speaking here? Someone speaking for Nigeria? No. This was NU Akpan, the secretary to the Eastern Region government. On Wednesday, we're going to go deeper into Decree number 8. We'll try and open it up, and then we'll now read what the American cables. I have them, so we're not looking for them, thank God. We're not going to read American cables about what Ojukwu did after Decree number 8 after the draft decree came out, and the kind of conversations they had with Ojukwu and what he said to them. Some people, God has to judge them, not just for their sins, but for keeping generations of people in the Southeast in perpetual darkness and victimhood. Ojukwu did not try, in fact, but it's not new, Sha. It's not the only one. Almost everybody from that place, leaders from that place, are blessed. Where was I? Let's read this one and then we'll close. Continue from Decree number 8 on Wednesday, but let's finish something here. All right. Gowon accused Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu of having interpreted his gesture of unity and good faith as meaning that all current senior appointments. Okay, we read that already. We read about the gramophone records. Ojukwu was waxing records of what's it called? Confidential meetings. Okay. When the draft of the decree, that's decree number 8 that NU Akpan mentioned, when the draft of the decree implementing the Aburi decisions was ready for approval, all members of the Supreme Military Council were invited to Benin for a meeting on the 10th of March 1967. Ojukwu declined the invitation on the grounds that Benin was not safe enough for him because of the presence of northern troops in the western region. Benin was not even in the western region. In 67, was in the Midwest. This has something to do with the way this guy was raised. Just a brat. Anyway, he said he wouldn't be able to go to Benin, and that was not because it was not safe for him due to the fact that the northern troops were present in western Nigeria. Yet, 2 days after the meeting, Ojukwu visited Benin to see Lieutenant Colonel Ejo on a quote-unquote friendly visit. It proved beyond doubt that Ojukwu was just playing for time to get himself and the Eastern region organized. Gowon definitely knew this, but had to keep his word of honor and compromise with the hope that the nation could be together again. He had never liked confederalism and certainly did not like the draft decree, which was to establish a de facto confederal government in Nigeria. He would have loved not to have been in a position to sign a document such as he was now to sign. In the name of compromising Nigeria's image, he had to accommodate his colleague from the East. He thus retreated from his preference announced in his program of November 30, 1966. From federalism, Gowon now embraced confederalism in Nigeria's quest for a model of government. When the draft decree did not call it confederalism, while the draft decree did not call it confederalism, that was what it was. For Gowon, it was a moment of crisis. He was prepared to compromise everything but the experiment of Nigerians living apart and later on deciding whether it was possible to come back again, which was what Ojukwu was saying. They should be apart and then later they can decide to come back together. He was one was in the government. It was difficult for him to make that decision, and it would be difficult for any sane person to do that, by the way, especially if you're a military governor or military head of the government. So it says here, sorry, this cable on board. So it says here that Gowon did not like confederalism, right? But he had to succumb because he wanted to just get Nigeria back together again. And then he said from federalism, Gowon now embraced confederalism in Nigeria's quest for a model of government. But for Gowon, it was a moment of crisis. He was prepared to compromise everything, but the experiment of Nigerians, quote unquote, living apart and later on deciding whether it was possible to come back again. It was in this moment of tough decision making at Benin that one of the civil servants, the then Secretary of Western State Government, offered him advice Gowon would never forget. When rough, this is Gowon speaking now, when things were really rough, I remember him coming to say to me, "Sir, whatever it is, no matter how bad it may look, no matter how difficult the decision might be, if you have decided on that issue, approve it. Since you are sincere and the other side is not, they might do something which will then allow you to take which will then allow you to take further action. But no one would accuse you of going back on your words." I remember that very distinctly. It was Peter Udumosu. So Gowon and his colleagues, excluding Ojukwu, approved the draft decree implementing Aburi. On 17th March 1967, it came into effect as Decree number 8, 1967. According to this decree, Nigeria became more confederal than it had ever been. By its terms, a decree which was the sole prerogative of the federal military government could only come into effect with the consensus of all the military governors. Both legislative and executive powers of the government of the Federation were vested in Supreme Military Council. The Federal Executive Council was to discharge only those functions which were specially delegated to it by the Supreme Military Council. What's it saying here? We're going to continue from here next time, but what's it saying here? It's saying that just like you have the Parliament today, we have the National Assembly, right? Then we had sorry guys, 1 second. Yes. Both legislative and executive. So you have the federal parliament, you have the national parliament, National Assembly, which is the parliament. The Supreme Military Council, made up of the head of state and the military governors, form that parliament. They also give the executive direction of the government, right? So essentially what you're saying is that this is not a military dictatorship. Although it's a military government, but the head of state has to confer with the leaders or the governors of the regions on how to decide. And whatever they decide is what the entire government then follows. That's what Gowon agreed to, and that's what Ojukwu rejected. It was the draft decree was promulgated on March 17, 1967. It's called Decree number 8. Someone says, is it possible to treat both Decree 8 and 34? No. We have to do it one by one. If we just be doing like this, we'll not understand it very well. So another day we'll do that one. When we come back, we're going to talk more about what Decree number 8 was about, what the Eastern Region government or staff, what they said about it, what Ojukwu said about it, what American government said about it, what Ojukwu told the American government, and why Gowon had to call his bluff. We'll do all of that on Wednesday. Tomorrow we'll be here. We're going to have another session tomorrow, but we're discussing something else. Okay? Discussing something else. We'll be here at 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. So we have this session every weekday. In case you join us for the first time, We have these sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. if your time was African time. We start playing music before 4, and then we'll bring people up on different platforms. But we start on TikTok, and then we'll join others. What have we learned from this? Here is this. Number one is that I'll bring people up. Can I say bring people up? Is it 30 already? We brought people up earlier now. Let's just quickly wrap up. Maybe I'll bring some people up. Let me just say what I have to say now. What have we learned so far is that, number one, you can't personally, I don't like discussing issues in isolation because it paints like half of the picture, right? And those who do that are those who usually want to appear to be the victim of the narrative. So whatever they did that caused that wala unfair, so wrong way, let's just go straight to the power and the victim. There's nothing wrong with you talking about yourself being a victim if you are a victim, but it's also important to understand what you followed. Okay, that's one. And in order to talk about Aburi, you have to go back to at least the coup that happened in 66, the counter coup in 66, the events, the killings, in the north, in the east, terrible events, and then the ad hoc conference that was put together by Gowon, Ojuku's reactions to it in September of 66, how it was bombing places in Western region. It was on a bombing spree. I was also attempting to do the same thing in the north, in the waterworks, in the power stations, in the stadium. It was trying to just destroy everywhere because, he was trying to get his own nation. By the way, Ojukwu talked about having his own nation as far back as June 7, 1966. You find that in the book by Nebo Graham. North Igbos dying in the north was terrible, right? But it was not the killings of the Igbos that made Ojukwu declare Biafra. Ojukwu was going to declare Biafra regardless. It was about ambition. It was about that insatiable desire to just rule and dominate everybody. He had it just like some of his forebears, and we see what that has brought certain parts of Nigeria. Anyway, we went from there to talking about the fact that Gowon tried several times to have meetings with the military governors. Ojukwu never attended. With the thought leaders across the regions, he made sure Eastern representatives did not go. We talked about how back in 66, traditional rulers from Yoruba land, Oba, our kings, went to Enugu to talk to Ojukwu, a 30-something-year-old boy, to tell him how, best to resolve the issue. He did not listen. We talked about how the British High Commissioner, the American ambassador, went to talk to him. Eventually, one of the diplomats from the UK and General Ankara in Ghana were able to convince him to have a meeting in Aburi. And so on January 4 and 5, himself and the Nigerian government on one hand, and Biafra and Ojukwu, there was no Biafra at the time, the Eastern region, were in Aburi. And contrary to the agreement, Ojukwu went with advisors, even though they were not supposed to go. Was it good or bad? It was bad because it was against the agreement, but it made sense because he was going for business. It was going for business. It was the Nigerian guys just going to Kajo. Some say you are really a propagandist. Your father is a propagandist. That is your own family business. It's not me. Your dad is a propagandist, and I'm not. It's not an insult, by the way. All your fathers are propagandists, whether it was Achebe, or was Chukwumerije, or Zuku Konendem, or Ojukwu, or Azikiwe, all your fathers are propagandists. So don't mistake me for your parents. Where was I before this clown came in? Here's the funny thing. Everything I'm saying right now, I've read in several books. I've read books from the East. I've read books from the North. I didn't even mention books from the West. But a retard will come here and say his parents are propagandists. You guys are stupid. You know the funny thing? This clown would never read a book in his life. The only thing he can read is a receipt. Selling spare parts. Has no capacity to read. I will come here and read for you because me. Why I can one come from where was I, Jerry? So all of that eventually they had the meeting regardless. Like I said earlier, Gowon should never have had that meeting with him because he wasn't supposed to go with folks, but he went with about 9 advisors. And we found that in the book by J. Sawelaigo. And the truth of the matter is this. I like what Gowon did, that regardless of the fact that this guy has broken the deal or broken the agreement, we're still going to have the meeting because we don't want to make it look as if we're, changing whatever. But I think that Gowon could have done better. It's a lesson for all of us. This is not to blame Gowon so much, but to learn from it. If you're having business meeting, it's a business meeting. All this we are doing panji. Maybe they'll make us believe that we are all one Nigeria. It's nonsense. They will not. They don't believe. They don't care. What they want to do is what they want to do. Just stay on topic. Be fair. Be kind, but don't be weak. We also learned that after that meeting, they go back to Nigeria, and rather than go on, by the way, we got this information from both books. If you notice, we're combining both books. We're reading north, east. And there's a reason I didn't read any Yoruba until, if it's too late. I don't think I want to read any Yoruba book, but let's just continue. If I have to, I will. According to the report, it was actually Gowon who was supposed to announce to the world what they discussed. But Ojukwu, trying to please his Navy clique, decided to push it. Guys, I'm going to rush this conclusion because I want to respond to somebody in the comment section. Well, let me rush this conclusion. So, Ojukwu announced and just said whatever I wanted to say based on his own understanding of what the agreement was, and then he went on for about a week releasing records, gramophone records, and publishing stuff in the newspapers about Aburi Accord. And after about a week, the federal government had to answer, and they published their own. Although Ojukwu still went ahead, Gowon still went ahead to confer with him, which he shouldn't have done. But anyway, eventually they had a meeting again. January 4-5 was the meeting in Aburi, right? Ojukwu proposed to have another meeting on January 14th, and wanted to have the decree on January 21st, which was unrealistic. But anyway, they had a meeting in February. All the secretaries of the government of all the regions, they had a meeting in Benin. I talked about, that was in February, and I talked about the draft decree. And by March 17, a draft decree was put out there. Everybody agreed to it except Ojukwu. And what's in that decree? Why were they saying that the decree was, carried in the spirit of Aburi? Why did the secretary to Ojukwu say that? What percentage, and I'll talk about the percentage of Aburi that is inside that decree. What is the percentage that was not inside that decree? Why didn't they give him 100% of what he wanted? All of that we'll discuss on Wednesday. Now let me respond to this clown in the comment section. You see, this is not the place where you're going to come and tell your family history as Nigerian history. You are from a race of cowards. And this is me being very, very generous. You have no history of greatness, no history of bravery, no heroes in your history. So when you use words like Baba Femi Ogundipe ran away, the question I should ask you and your parents is that where was Ojukwu? And I'll answer that question. You don't know the answer, so I'll answer that question. Number one, when you have a coup, you don't care about army hierarchy. So a coup that you were not involved in will not make you the head. This is not Ironsi coup of 66. Ironsi planned that coup. Ironsi was part of that coup. That's why Ironsi became the head of government, not because it was GOC. Ironsi made sure that everybody that could threaten him was killed. Ademule Egun was killed. Ogundepe would have been killed if it was in Nigeria. Sorry, guys. Let me answer you one by one. I'm going to have to mute you because your stupidity has to come in batches, right? Don't be stupid at once. Just take it in batches. Ironsi took over power because he was in on that coup. When coups take place, the army or whoever, the coupists don't care about the hierarchy in the army. Therefore, when they organized that coup, they chose, the Northerners who organized the coup, chose to appoint Gowon as head of state. Before Gowon was appointed head of state, however, Ogundipe assumed that role because he was the second in command to Ironsi. Until it became very clear to him that the soldiers were not going to take orders from him because they just had a coup. But here's the crazy part. The Ojukwu who is your father, who you are writing about in the comment section, Ojukwu ran away from the government house in Enugu to the police headquarters. Then he ran 67 miles from police headquarters in Enugu to Onitsha. He was hiding inside one cupboard when he took a phone and was calling Ogundikpe and said, Ogundikpe, please stand up. We are all behind you. The eastern region is behind you. Ojukwu was hiding in a cupboard in Onitsha when he was telling Ogundikpe to go and fight for his right. The reason the coup did not succeed in Enugu was not because of Ojukwu, because he was already running away, because that's your destiny. You guys are full of cowardice. Ojukwu had run away. It was Ogunewe who stood and ensured that his guys did not cause wahala because they liked him. And that was why there was no coup action in Enugu. But to be clear, your fathers were cowards. You have no history of bravery. You can look through your history, you will not find one hero. And I talk like this because people cannot be writing in the comment section, be using the word cowards. You know, they did this when we were growing up. They use it as jokes in comedy. Yoruba people killing on cowards. Yoruba killing on cowards. You two will now be laughing. It's important to begin to speak up now, especially when you're talking about people who have no history of bravery. So, Mike, or whatever your father called you, go back home and tell your parents that about Twanyewa, they should learn how to be brave. You have no example of bravery where you come from. And the Ojukwu you are shouting in the comment section was literally hiding in Onitsha. Not even in Enugu. That ran away 67 miles to be calling Ogundikpe to stand on the ground. The eastern region is behind you. So what I just said, please ask me, I'm going to give you the sources. I'm not just talking. I'm not a retard of you. Not that I responded to you. I think I muted you for 5 minutes. Let me see if I can't find yourself because you are irrelevant. If I find you, I'll unmute you so you can talk to one that will get me to send you to your parents at home. You're very stupid. This is the kind of thing they do. That was when they came on Twitter and saying, oh boy, you're a Christian, you're a minister. How can minister? Me being a minister doesn't mean I will not slap you if I meet you in person. You are very stupid. You guys were not properly raised. Just going everywhere constituting nuisance. You have a culture that has no respect for anything. No respect for facts. You can be facing them with a fact like this. They would rather die than change their position, even if that position will kill them. Crazy. And your fathers did not give you anything but propaganda as inheritance. That's the fact. I listened to one of your elders today. Sincerely, I'm not joking. I almost cried. An elder, woman. You know what? I don't want to play it. He was talking absolute nonsense. Absolute rubbish. They are the victims. Nigeria hates them. I felt like crying. Like, how do you raise young people in this kind of atmosphere? Just talking nonsense. This is an elderly person. Oh, the Southeast has been left out. Nigeria hates us. These are they've treated us. This is one of the leading men in the Southeast. Nigeria has favored this person. No, I won't mention the person. I won't play the video so you won't know what I'm talking about. Nigeria has favored this person. Person has done well in politics. This same person said Nigeria hates them. Nigeria kinko. I was like, how do young people want to move around in Nigeria with this kind of mindset from the elders? How is it good? How we young? Because you see these ones that you see on the comment section, in my comment section, they come every day. See, from time to time, I'll be responding to you so that I can remember that I'm Yoruba. I say another one, I'm talking to you, I will send you home. You guys are very daft. But it's not your fault. That's where I'm always conflicted. It's not your fault. You were raised with lies and bile. You hate everybody. Everybody hates you. You just give you nonsense. And you go everywhere expecting that people defer to you because number one, you are better than everybody, but you're also the victim of everybody at the same time. You don't have enough presence of mind to know that is actually cognitive dissonance. You don't understand that you're holding two conflicting ideas at the same time. You are better than everybody in Nigeria, but you're the victim of everybody in Nigeria. It's crazy. Do you know? Think? And I've said it before. If you really want me to talk to you, insult your people, insult our law, you will hear when. And this video is on YouTube, so you can go back and watch it and show it to your elders. They did not raise you properly. You are irritant. You don't know how to. You can't. I mean, even if I'm saying what is wrong, which is not wrong, by the way, you can disagree. Oh, I don't agree with you based on this, and that. Oh, okay. The next thing they're shouting cowards. And you know the funny thing? I literally bought books, not one, not two, not three, just a number of books, just to understand where these guys are coming from, sincerely. Not once in all of my research can I say that I found one. And everybody calling everybody Kini. That's enough for you. I responded, I want to go home. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Someone's talking about Kenya, South Africa. If you have no culture of respect, no culture of order, somebody's going to have to get you straightened up. Very stupid. If you are done the government the way they should be, either you carve them into that place, or at least in 60 years they would have evolved. How can you sincerely, if you read some of these books, and you hear these clowns today, they sound exactly like people were sounding. I mean, no evolution, no change, no growth, no nothing.
Don't worry, continue, don't change.
Don't worry, continue, don't change. Just continue being stupid. I've muted you so you can't even respond. The other one that came earlier, you're looking for attention. I don't give it to fools. All right. Someone says the heroes either run away or in prison, but they always fight them. Which heroes? Mention one Igbo hero.
One. Tell me one.
One. Guys, I have time. I have 5 more minutes. One. Tell me one. Apart from Hero Beer. I see you say in the comment section. Apart from Hero Beer, tell me one hero. How can Kanu be a hero? Hero of what? What did he do for them? I was a coward. He's already in Sokoto. He's literally in Sokoto. Kí lè máa ń pè láàárọ̀ irun ẹ̀ lè máa ń kí lẹ́yìn ìdájí ẹ̀ náà àìṣá ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ máa ń pè irun ìdájí ẹ̀ náà kí ni irun aago márùn-ún ni àbí kí ni àwọn bá wọn kírun ní Sokoto àfi aṣámú náà àwọn bá wọn àṣùbà ní àbáwọn kí àṣùbà ní kíni àlásàrì gbogbo ẹ̀ ní ìmọ̀ bá wọn kí kó wọn kírun ní Sokoto mo bá fi máa filẹ̀ yóò ti di ọlọ́run àjò kúrò níbi tó wà kó tún di nǹkan mi but kó ṣe àwọn kírun very stupid nonsense. And that's the funny thing, you can be measured, you can say, oh, from here, let's just try and find a way, but no, I'm measured because I want to be. And regardless what I do, many of you guys don't have sense, so you still insult me, but there's a point you get. I've been doing this since. Come again tomorrow, I'll send you home. And next time, I promise you, there are books I've never read in public. I'll read some of you will learn lessons. Come again, I'll still give you another one. And that's the funny thing. I don't have to struggle to look for insult. Your history is insult. If I read your history, it's insult. And nobody should come and say Christian Yoruba. No. If you have enough stupidity to insult other ethnic groups, you collect. That's what they should have been giving you since 1960. If they have been giving you that thing now, in fact, since 1938, they've been giving you since that thing. You heard that have been correct. But, you're not smart. Anyway, come again and bring your nonsense. Don't come with nonsense. Let's finish on a good note. Don't come with nonsense. Have sense. It's not difficult. It just means think. Just assume that, listen, my parents said this, okay, but somehow I was able to go to school. Whether they did community savings for you or your father sent you to school, whichever way, I went to school. Okay, now that you went to school, is it possible for me to read from other perspectives? I may not agree with everything they're saying, but at least I want to see things from other people's perspectives. And then I can now decide that, okay, this is what Ojukwu, and I said it here. In that meeting, Aburi, Ojukwu was right. Ojukwu was the star. He was the only one that went there for business. The other one were just doing, we are brothers in Christ. Ojukwu went for business and he did well. That's how sensible people do things. I know what Ojukwu did well. I know what he did wrong. I know what Gowon did well. I know what he did wrong. Put everything together. Okay, this is. That's how you think. Not to be telling me what your fathers told you in 1967 as if you can't think of anyone. If you do it, you will be sent back to them. And it is well with you. Don't pass this stupidity to your children, shall, because some of you are still young. And by the way, some of you are very young, in your 20s, and you can't be this young and be stupid. I have Ogbe. I feel bad for young people. Jeez. May God have mercy on all of us. May God have mercy on you. This is not right. This is not right. This is not right. I consider our Lord to be a deity. But guess what? I can say, Papa should have done it here or better. If Papa had done this soon, I would have been like this. Papa should have done. You know why? I was thinking about it this afternoon. We are done. I'm just talking. I was thinking about it this afternoon. I was like, I would actually be proud because something happened, right? And some people said, this is what Awo did. They're not doing it. I was like, they were saying it. I was like, I don't think Awo will be proud of these people. I was just thinking. It's not like Awo told me anything anyway. I never know him personally, in person. I was just like, I think Papa would have appreciated folks noticing the mistakes he made, but holding on to his spirit, right? To the core of his philosophy and ideology, holding on to that, but understanding the need for a change in methodology. I think he will be proud of that. So the ideology is the same, the methodology has been tweaked.
If I can do that,
that's for a deity. Not all these riffraffs that you are following. So if I can do that for Awo, is it the riffraffs you are following that I cannot question? And yes, they are riffraffs. I didn't mention any names, but if the shoe fits, wear it with confidence. You can't question anything from the Southeast. Oh, you hate us. Oh, you are this, you are this, you are this. It's not even like they're so wise. We are critiquing the sage. Nobody goes higher than that. I'm like, okay, I've had a session here before where I say, okay, this is what I should have done here. This is what he did. This is where Akintala was right. This is where Akintala was wrong. This is where Awo was wrong. Awo could have done like this, and then we just move on. This is what Gowon did wrong. This is what he should have done. These are men. Men, Gowon should have done this. Somebody said Benjamin Adekunle will do it. Adekunle should have done this. He did this. These are men, not toddlers. Your leaders are toddlers throwing tantrums that we cannot even criticize. What kind of rubbish is that? Say we are one nation. My own one nation does not mean I should suffer fools gladly. Thank you very much for listening to that very long response. That nonsense guy was writing in the comment section. I had to respond. Thank you. Before we go, we're going to listen to Nigerian national anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee. We're going to hear Nigeria together. All right. And we'll continue this series on when it's turning out to be a series. So we're going to have that on. We're going to continue with that on Wednesday. But tomorrow we're going to have another session. Please come early. It's Tuesday, so it's not going to be very long. We're going to have another session and we'll have a great time discussing. May God bless every part of Nigeria, and God bless every ethnic group in Nigeria, including the Igbos who are insulting me in comment section. May God bless your people. But if you move mad, you will collect. Thank you very much. Here's Nigerian national anthem. And if you're a true Nigerian, all this emergency, even if you're an emergency lover of Nigeria, sing the anthem, maybe it will heal you. How many of you are sick? May God bless you. Mr. Junkos, you were there with all my I don't like when elders are there when I'm talking, when I'm angry, because I was angry earlier. But I wasn't, it didn't show like I was angry, Abby. Please tap on TikTok, this is showing activity. Mr. Jungus is an elder, and if we were in a place, if I had seen your face, I just act as if I didn't see those clowns, but they were stupid, and I had to respond. So I apologize, but they were stupid. Thank you very much for understanding. Thank you, sir. Here's Nigerian anthem. Please take a listen. Wait, someone says Busui, stop saying the truth. We have to say the truth. We say it respectfully. We say it with kindness. Until people think that it means we are stupid, then we tell them that their parents are the ones who are stupid. And may God bless them. Amen. Here's Nigerian anthem. All right.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign.
àwa ni mọ́lẹ̀ ògbó adúláwọ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Make our country, may there be peace within our borders. God bless our leaders and give them wisdom to do the right things. May God bless us as well and rightly position us to bring change to this nation. Meanwhile, thank everyone. I want to thank everyone who has tapped and liked the live on all the platforms. Thank you very much for your support, for liking, for sharing, for commenting. Thank you very much for keeping the live alive, and thank you for support as well. Thank you for the gifts. I saw some gifts earlier. Thank you very much for your generosity. God bless you. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please reach out to me on Telegram at Busui Oris. Folks in the comment section on TikTok, I think it was a joke when he said that I shouldn't say the truth. I think it was just joking. He's one of our own. So let's not fight about that. May God bless you. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless every single group in Nigeria and everybody. And may we find healing and progress. All right. And if you're a Yoruba person, don't let anybody gaslight you with unity. There's unity, then there's truth. There's unity, and there's truth. Right. So truth should be unity should be built on truth, not on blackmail. May God bless you. We'll continue this on Wednesday, but tomorrow we'll be here at 4 p.m. We're going to have a great time listening to a recording. We're going to have a conversation afterwards, all right? Do have a lovely evening. I'll see you at 4 p.m. if a time, West African time tomorrow. Someone says, I think I should respond to this. It says, I know waiting this guy see for Nigeria. It is well with you. You know, we live in different parts of Nigeria, right? Number one, our mental spaces are different. I live in a different mental space from you. You live in a zoo. I don't. I live in paradise. So mentally, we're not even in the same country. You may be in Nigeria, but we're not in the same place. You are in a zoo. I'm in paradise. That's number one. Number two, I'm Yoruba. So there's a way I think about my land. You are wherever you are. I know who you are, but it's okay. You are wherever you are. Whatever you think is reflecting in your land. Number three, I believe that Nigeria can get better. Okay? And I believe that it's going to get better through the work that we all do to make it better in every region. You don't think it will get better because you don't have any reference like that's where you come from. Okay? So I understand where you're coming from. You are already unfortunate based on where you're from. Not because God cursed your land, but because your leaders chose to lead you the way. Do you even have leaders? So may God bless you. May God bless your land. But I cannot see Nigeria the way you do, because I don't live in the Nigeria that you live in. You are a zoo inhabitant. You are an inhabitant of a zoo. People, why are you laughing in the comment section? You are an inhabitant of a zoo. You call Nigeria a zoo because you are an inhabitant of a zoo. I live in paradise. So when I look at Nigeria, if I see things that are not working, I'm thinking, how can we make it work? I don't call it zoo. So somebody says, why do they support Nigeria? Where do they gain self? Must you gain something to support your country? Must I gain something? I went to school in Nigeria. I thought about it. My wife and I were discussing something about one of the boys. The money that guy pays for a couple of months is multiples of what I spent throughout university. Even if you convert it to today's currency, I went to Ife. Nigeria did that for me. These kids go to private schools, they pay so much money. We have to pay so much money. Like you compare it and I spent all these years in Ife. I didn't spend, even if you convert it to today, my highest school fees when everything was high, I think it was 5,000 naira. That was when everything was expensive. When we had to do aluta. I think it was my final year or so. I think it was short of 5K ganja. My bed space was 19 naira. And they kept the 19 naira since the 1980s. It was 90. It was only, I think, my final year or third year that they said they're going to add 2,500 as maintenance fee. 2,590 was the bed space. I just did that for me. I used to cook beans in Ife. I just did that for me. So, I'm educated. I mean, nobody say we read books like that, but we try. And in Nigeria, we get them. So, if a friend of mine, which happens, that went to school in different countries, if we're having conversations, the Nigeria that happened to me allows me to be able to speak, even if I'm in Buckingham Palace. I'm able to actually speak. But the Nigeria that happened to you makes you back, which is why I write nonsense in the comment section. When I'm not retarded, I'm not a retard. I'm not a retard. It's retardation that makes you do the things you are in the comment section. You need brain check. Okay, you are telling me what I should support. You that are supporting whatever you are supporting, what have you gotten out of it? Sokoto. Very soon, all of you, Sokoto straight. You guys need to go to Sokoto. So to be honest, Nigeria is not perfect. It's not a perfect country. I mean, it's not clearly. But I don't think that you get it better by cursing it and destroying the place and calling it a zoo. I think you look for what's good and then you find a way to fix what's bad. For instance, we need to fix the structure. And thankfully, we have a president who has given us development commissions, but we need to see them working this year, especially Southwest Development Commission. May God help them. They need to get working. Okay. So again, I'm Yoruba. I see things differently. I think that Nigeria can get better, but I think that it's not going to get better by calling it a zoo. So Dabere, all the best in your zoo corner of Nigeria. May God bless you and may God save you. You shouldn't be in this. I've been to the Southeast, by the way. I've been to 4 out of the 5 states of the Southeast. I don't think it is. Well, it was a while back, Sha. It wasn't a zoo when I visited. Your place is not that bad, though. It's small, but so is Singapore. You guys are just half empty kind of people. Generally speaking, there are exceptions, so. But generally speaking, you're always looking at the. I wish I could play a song for you. It's a song it was performed by Esperanza Spalding, The Sunny Side of the Street. You should listen to that song. You look for it. Sunny Side of the Street, Esperanza Spalding. She plays double bass. She's very good. You should. Guys, I'm done. I just a joke with this clown in the comment section. It says, help who makes you feel your president can change things. Guys, let me not waste our time. You're shouting that you are better by far. Better than who? Why you comparing yourself with I'm better by far? I hear you guys. I was in your school. What's it called? I was in your school when I was still in school. We went to your school to minister. We went to preach. I like that school. It's nice. It's nice. I think it's probably the only other school that has, apart from my school, where you have that distance from gates to academic area. Like, you have to travel. We call our own road 1. So you have to travel all the way. You won't see buildings, you just see. But my own school has, you have grass and flowers and stuff, and then you drive all the way before you get to school area. So Yeah, nice school, your school. And I like this fact that you didn't need to go on strike. So by the time we went to serve, we were meeting with people that got into university when we were already in second or third year. But by the time when we were in school, we used to going on strike was normal. That's the bad thing that Nigeria gave us. But at least we got educated there. So good and bad, yin yang. We are glad we went to school. All right. This is service after service, fellowship after fellowship. Dabere says, if Buhari couldn't change things, is it Asiwaju that would change things? God bless you, Dabere. But the mistake you have made is that instead of Asiwaju, you should have written Peter Obi. If Buhari could not change things, is it Peter Obi that would change things? Because Asiwaju is already changing things. Governors are collecting about 6 times what they collected as allowances. NEL fund is working. Students are collecting, they're getting loans in schools all across the place, all over the world. Sorry, all over the country. Of course, apart from your region, because your people, they insult them. Well, don't worry. Enjoy your Peter Obi. May God bless you and your region. Someone says, we learned so much during the strike too, which was a fantastic experience. Well, that's true. What did I use the strike for? I mean, now that's also fellowship. We're just having conferences all over the place. All right. I'm just reading comments. Vodi says, is that Unilorin or Unilag? Better by far is Unilorin. Sheo went to Unilorin. That's why I wrote is better by far. But I went to Ife, so we don't compare. We don't say better than anything. You are just great, which says a lot. But I won't explain. Thank you, Sheo, for telling us about your. I like the fact that your school used to go on strike. Sha. It used to make us feel like, kilo shele, where we have been in school all these years. See our juniors. But Professor, what's his name? Ishak Oloyede. He did the right thing back then. He's an administrator par excellence. Like, he's very good. Like, what he did, all those ASU strike that we used to experience, you know, he did not used to have ASU experience. So that one, I respect you for that. Johnson Mike says, why did you block me on comment? Because it's my platform. Thank you for coming. And now you're about to leave the comment. Do have a lovely evening, everybody. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God cause his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. Do have a lovely evening. Johnson Mike, try not to repeat what you said today. Grow before the next session so that let's see growth, let's see development. Engage, disagree if you must, that's okay. But engage like a thinking person. Don't be writing nonsense in the comment section again. Eh? God bless you. Have a great night, everyone. See you on Tuesday. That's tomorrow. Good night.